I didn't realize they had some Olympians. I didn't realize Olympians. Showtime. You gonna give me a count? Well, good morning to the Calgary Olympic Oval. To the Olympic Oval, the long track fall classic series. To those of you at here inside the oval and that are watching or about to be watching on the webcast. Let's first do the treaty acknowledgement and acknowledge the officials for today. The University of Calgary acknowledges the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, which includes the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprised of the Siksika, Piikani, Kainai First Nations, as well as the Tutsi First Nation, and the Stoney Nakoda, including the Chiniki, Bearpaw, and Wesley First Nations. The city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. The University of Calgary acknowledges the impact of the colonization on Indigenous peoples in Canada and is committed to our collective journey towards reconciliation to create a welcome and inclusive campus that encourages Indigenous ways of knowing, doing, connecting, and being. Well, good morning, everybody. Today is day one of the Fall Classic, where we're going to have the women's 500 meters and the men's as well, along with the women's 1,500 meter and the men's as well. I would like to now acknowledge the officials for today. The chief referee, Rona Hathaway, will oversee the entire meet on the ice. Bruce Thorpe will be assisting her as well. We have assistant referee Dave Thompson, as well as Werner Meyer. We have 3 starters throughout the 3 days. Mark Poulin will be here all 3 days and will be starting the men's today. Blair Toblin will be starting the 1,500 meter women's, and Kim Fraunberger, who is back and will be starting the 500 meter women's when we start at 9 o'clock. Well, good morning to you all. We are live at the Calgary Olympic Oval in Calgary, Alberta, where it's currently 8:49 Mountain Standard Time, or Mountain Time Zone. It makes sense because we're surrounded by mountains. But given that we have Korean, Japanese, Australian, and Austrian skaters here, in Korea it's almost tomorrow, in Japan as well, and it's definitely tomorrow in Australia. In Austria, it's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We are about to start the first of a 3-day meet at 9 o'clock precisely, the 500 meters. Women's, this is called the Long Track Oval Fall Classic Series. It's the second of a set of 4 meets where the athletes will be competing in 4 separate age categories for points over these 4 competitions. The Summer Classic is now in the history books, and we have 3 more to go. This weekend's meet, of course, the Fall Classic, along with Oktoberfest, which is 1 month from now, and the Winter Classic, the 4th and final meet, the first weekend of February 2023. I'll speak to more about those meets throughout the weekend in more detail. Over the next 3 days, these skaters, you skaters, will be racing the 500, 1,000, 1,500, 3,000 meter distances, along with the always entertaining mass start, sometimes referred to as NASCAR, on ice. And speaking of skaters, there are 202 of them at this Fall Classic, representing at least 6 different countries, 85 female skaters and 118 male skaters, mostly from Canada, representing 5 of our 10 provinces. However, we have a very large Korean contingent, some 59 strong, with some current medalists from Beijing in the house. So that's exciting. And a small group from Norway, one from Australia, Austria, US, and Japan round out the countries with skaters in this weekend's meet. That's why I made reference to the time zones. I'll let you know more about the volunteers throughout the weekend, although you can't have a sanctioned speed skating event unless you have paramedics on site. And the paramedics are represented by Can West Medical. We have in the north end, Belshon. We have in the north end, Avanish Badoni, and in the south end, Olivia Belshand. Avanish and Olivia will be our paramedics. We hope they have absolutely nothing to do all weekend. My name is Greg Bieber. I'm a speed skating dad from Winnipeg, Manitoba, and I'm on the microphone and webcast throughout these 3 days, and I am so excited for this season and this meet because we're coming out of the pandemic that resembles some normalcy for a change, where we have a full slate of events around the world, let alone here in Calgary. We're coming off an Olympic year and right into Canada Winter Games for those that qualify in February in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. In Calgary, there's a meet or 2 a month, time trials next month, and of course Oktoberfest. So Calgary Olympic Oval and all the officials and those that are attached to the University of Calgary are in full swing. As for you skaters, skating seasons are made in the off season, and the skaters have been working extremely hard in this off season to make it their best season on ice possible. A lot of season's best fell in the fall, rather the Summer Classic. We'll see a bunch of season's bests, of course, because this event is some of the skaters' very first event. It'll be interesting to see how many PBs fall, because this is a meet that's just getting the season underway. Speaking of skaters, we have some Canadian and Korean Olympians in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, from Canada, we have Isabelle Weideman and Evanie Blondin, who are also medalists representing our country on the podium. Alexis Scott, Brooklyn McDougall, Madison Perriman, Connor Howe, Tyson Langlar, Ted Jan Bloman, and Graham Fish from Canada. From Korea in the house, Kim Min Son, Cha Min Kyu, Jung Jae Won, and Ju Young Jun from Korea, medalists and also participants in Beijing and Sochi. And underneath them, a group of young skaters who are coming up, getting faster and faster every single year. The weather in Calgary right now, outside the Oval, is around 11 degrees. It's a gorgeous, sunny fall day. Inside, the ice is ready at a 7-degree or so temperature, about 15 degrees off the ice level and into the stands. Weather is a factor, and today it's not a factor in terms of the speed of the ice. It is fast, and of course the Calgary Olympic Oval is considered the fastest ice in the world. The 500-meter women's is coming up. I'm going to take a break and throw on some music for Inside the Oval. Welcome to you joining us in the webcast. 3 full days of skating here in the Fall Classic. And so if you're inside the Oval, by all means, join me on the webcast, but you'll also hear me in the Oval. I have a couple of interviews coming up. Heather McLean, I hope to get inside the timing deck and have a conversation with her at some point, and a few other skaters along the way. Okay, coming up to the 2-minute warning.
Test shot. Test shot.
You know what happened? Heard what we heard? Over. This sounds so. Yeah. Well, could be because they can hear my voice correctly, right? So now you get, yeah. Oh yeah, it takes the sexiness out of it. When you see roots of dirt. You're in the webcast, Eric? And Bell too? Okay.
Minutes. 2 minutes.
It's 8:58, 2-minute warning for the 9 o'clock start. In a moment, I'll announce the first two skaters.
Test. Test.
The 500-meter women race with 28 pairings is about to start at 9 a.m.
Test.
I'll announce the first pairing in the inside lane. We actually have a pair of Koreans starting off the race in the inside lane from Korea, of course, Kim Min Jo. And in the outer lane, Jung Hui Dan. Good luck, ladies.
Go to the start. Ready.
And the Fall Classic, ladies and gentlemen, is underway with a pair of Korean skaters. The first 100 meters, 10:09 for Jung, 11:15 for Kim. We're going to see some sub-39 times here for the first 4 or 5 pairings. These are very fast skaters. Kim wears the white armband, started in the inside. She'll finish in the outer lane. And Jung in the outer lane will finish in the inside lane. Looks like she's going to cross the finish line first. And here we go. Kim Min-jo with a time of 39.9. Jung in at 39.66. We now go to the second pairing. In the inside lane from Norway, Karina Jagtoyen. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Allison Desmarais. No. Maybe not even the 1,000. We'll see. Okay. Got it. Okay. We have a Norwegian and a Canadian in this pairing, 2 of 28. Jagtoyen, 100 meters, 11:03. Desmarais in at 11:09. Jagtoyen will be looking to best her PB by getting a sub 40. She had a good start. Let's see how she makes out. She's going to come in the outside lane. It's going to be very, very close. Karina Jagtoyen from Norway crosses the line at 39.66. That looks like that's also a personal best. And Desmarais at 39.66 as a season's best. We now move to the third pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Carolina Hiller. And in the outer lane from Korea, Kim Kyung-ju.
Ready.
False start in this third pairing. Starters Kim Frunberger.
False start, outer lane, not stable. Go to the
Second start. Nice clean start for the skaters. Everybody wants a clean start. The starters, the athletes, and of course the coaches, and we do as fans of the sport. Hiller, 10:85, very lightning fast for the 100 meters. Kim Kyung-ju at 11:24. Hiller's got a 38:82 personal best. She'll be looking to beat that early in the season. She's been training hard under Shannon Rempel. She's coming down the outer lane. She's going to cross the line first, and she does with a time of 39:44. Kim Kyung-ju at 40.12. Both season's best for these skaters. In the fourth of 28 pairing in the inside lane from Korea, Kim Min-ji. And in the outer lane from Ponoka, Alberta, and Olympian representing Canada, Madison Pearman.
go to the start.
Perriman and Kim in this pairing, this fourth of 28 pairing. Kim Minju in a time at 11:07 for her first 100 meters, and Madison Perriman in at 10:98. They'll definitely be looking for a season's best. Let's see if we can get them into the PB territory. Very close race as they round the final turn. Perriman and Kim, a close finish. Perriman is going to cross the line first, and she does at a time of 39:23 for season's best. Kim Minju in at 39.5. A lot of season's best because this will be their first races of the season. We now move to the fifth pairing. In the inside lane from Ottawa, Ontario, Canadian Olympic and medalist Evgeny Blondin. And in the outer lane from Korea, Pak Chae-eun.
Go to the start. Ready. False start inner lane, false start outer lane. Go to the start. Ready.
Here we are, pair 5 of 28, Evgeny Blondin from Canada, Pak Chae-eun from Korea. Blondin in at 11.17 for her 100-meter opener. Pak in at 10.78. Down the back stretch they go, crossing over. Blondin will finish in the outer lane. Pak will finish in the inner lane. Very close finish. Pak tune in at 38.91 for a season's best. Evgeny Blondin at 39.03. We now move to the sixth pairing. In the inside lane from Korea and an Olympian representing her country, Kim Min-sun. And in the outer lane from Alberta and also an Olympian representing Canada, Brooklyn McDougall.
To the start.
Pairing number 6, Kim Min-sun, opening 100 meters, 10.6. Brooklyn McDougall at 10.89. They head down the backstretch, getting coached. They've switched lanes. And here we enter the final corner. Kim Min-sun has got a really fast pace going. Started in the inside lane, will finish in the outer lane. And she's going to cross the line at a time of 37.48, 37.48, a lightning fast. Brooklyn McDougall, 38.73. Both seasons best for these skaters. Now moving to the seventh pairing in the inside lane from Korea, E.G.in. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois.
Go to the start. Ready.
A Canadian and a Korean on the ice. E clocks her 100 meters in at 11.21. Bourgeois in at 11.79. I mentioned there's 59 Koreans in and has been spending quite a bit of time here in the Calgary Oval. Lots of training. They've been here for a number of meets. E crosses the line at 40.26. Will be a personal best for E.J. Ing. And Anna Bourgeois crosses the 500-meter line at 41 and change. We now move to the 8th pairing. In the inside lane from Korea, Wang Sun-yoon. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplin.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's the third false start. Okay, go ahead.
False start, inner lane. Go to the start. Ready.
Oh, no. That's the second false start.
False start, inner lane.
And Hwang Sung-yoon is penalized,
Penalty.
and this race now will be Victoria Goplin alone.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, we have a clean start for the single skater Victoria Goplin from Alberta. We have an opening time for her at 12:08. Too bad for Wang Sa-yoon, who unfortunately false started out of the race. You're only allowed one false start, then whoever false starts after that is not allowed to race, which is really too bad because really nobody wants that. But that's all part of the sport. So here we go. Victoria Goplin, this is her ice, her race. Let's see how she clocks in at. She crosses the line at a time of 42.4. 42.4 for Goplin. We now move to the 9th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Haley Bell. And in the outer lane from Korea, Kim Min Hee.
Go to the start. Ready.
Haley Bell in the inside lane with the blue skin suit on, crosses of 100 meters at 11:42. 11:33 for Kim Min Hee.
Go to the start. Ready. False start, outer lane, not stable. Go to the start.
We are off and running in the 12th pairing of 28 pairings. Hagen in the inside lane will finish in the outer lane. Her opener is 11.9. Van Horn opener is 12.04. She'll finish off in the inside lane. Good clean start on the second start. And they round the final corner, and here comes Hagen, who will cross the line first, and she does so with a time of 42.2. Van Horn in at 43.39, both season's best for these skaters. We now move to the 13th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly.
Start.
Well, if you've just joined us, this is the Fall Classic Series, the second of 4 meets. And this is day 1 and the first set of races, the 500-meter women's races. There's 28 pairings in total. This is the 13 of the 28. Molly Johnson had an opening time of 11.69. Robin Solly from Manitoba at 11.76. Solly's first year in Calgary, coming from Manitoba, is enjoying her stay here. Talked to her the other day. Crossing the line first is Molly Johnson with a season's best of 42.04, and Solly also with a season's best at 42.20. We now move to the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Zoe Luders. And from Ontario, in the outer lane, Rachel Freitag.
Ready.
The opening 100 meters for Zoe Luders at 12.05. Freitag in at 12.08. While they head down the backstretch, I want to go back to pairing number 9, Haley Bell and Kim Min Hee. Their times weren't posted on the webcast. Bell's time was 41.40 and Kim Min Hee at 40.45. Now you know those times for pairing number 9. Back to pairing number 14, crossing the line first, is Zoe Luders at a time of 42.8. Freitag in at 43.81, season's best for both of those skaters. In pairing number 15 in the inside lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Mila Reben.
Ready.
And if you're watching on the webcast, you're seeing what I'm seeing. I'm only seeing one skater. I announced 2, one showed up, and that sometimes happens for whatever reason. But Mila Reben, this is her ice. This is her 500. Let's see how she does. Okay, difficult to skate by yourself. That's what you like to have a second skater for. Technical difficulty on the time. We'll get the time for Mila shortly. Let's move over to the 16th pairing. In the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom.
Ready.
Langstrom's opening time is 12.03. Cloutier in at 12.61. You'll notice the skaters, the graphics on the webcast, when the skaters are lined up at the start line, you see both personal best, season's best, and their category aligned with the Fall Classic Series. Shall I say the actual Oval Series, which is Fall Classic is only one of them. And the four categories are two junior categories, a neo-senior, and a senior. And I'll talk more about that with longer races. The 500, it's much more difficult. Langstrom crosses the line at 43.37 for a season's best. Cloutier in at 44.24. We now move to the 17th pairing of 28 in the inside lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. And in the outer lane from Korea, Min Karam.
Go to the start. False start, inner lane, not stable. Go to the start.
Min Galram opening 100 meters, 11.08. Alexa Annika in at 12.17. As they cross the backstretch, getting coached, as you see. Alexa will finish off in the outer lane, and Min Galram will finish off in the inner lane. But if you're unsure, the white armband is the inner lane, and the red armband is the outer. And then they switch for the 500 meters. Crossing the line first is Min Galram at 43.15. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. And 43.79 for Alexa Annika, and that is a season's best. In the 18th pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Tatiana De Ligue. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire.
Go to the start.
Okay, crossing the line first is Tatiana Deflect. Sorry, Tatiana, I mispronounced your last name. It's Deflect. 11.94 for Deflect, and Dallaire in at 12.06. This is the 18th pairing of 28. In the women's 500 meters, crossing the line first is Dallaire at 42.94. That's a personal best for Serena. She'll be happy with that. Tatiana Deflect at 43.64. We now
to the
move to the
starter spot.
19th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Isabel Champagne. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak.
Go to the start.
Opening 100 meters for Isabel Champagne, 11.88. Sophia Dvorak in at 12.24. As we move through the pairings, the skaters will get younger. I mentioned 4 categories in the series. The first junior category is ages 14 to 15. The second junior category is 16 to 18. These 2 skaters are in the first junior category, 14 to 15. Isabel Champagne with a personal best of 43.53 and Dvorak in with a season's best at 44.68. In the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Camille Alford. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard.
Go to the start.
False start, which means we're going to do it over again. But if you're watching the webcast, you can see who's leading the charge in the lowest times. Kim Min-sun with a time of 37.48, very fast for a season's best for her. McDougall in at 38.73, and Pak Cha-un in at 38.91. 3 sub-39 races.
Start inner lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
Nice clean start for the second start. Rachel Mallard in at 12:31 for her opener of 100 meters. Alford in at 12:53. Lots of season's bests so far, just a handful of personal bests, and I think that that's to be expected at this early in the season. But as we move through October and November, I think you're going to see many more personal bests fall. That's what these skaters live for. That's the gauge to see how they're doing in the sport of speed skating. Mallard crosses the line at 44.2 with a personal best, and Alford in at 45.27. So we got a PB and a season's best in the last pairing. In the 21st pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Daria Voigt. Two evenly matched skaters and Smart and Voigt. Smart's opening 100 meters is 12.28. Voigt in at 12.19. I mentioned there's 28 pairings. You can see it on the webcast if you happen to be watching. After the 500-meter women's, we will take a Zamboni ice cleaning or site cleaning the ice surface. And then we'll come back at 10 o'clock for the finishing part of the 500 meters women's and start of the men's 500 meters. Smart crosses the line first for a personal best of 44.39 and Void in at 44.53. Also a personal best. Congratulations, ladies. Pairing number 22 in the inside lane from Manitoba, Rachel Spritzens. And in the outer lane, also from Manitoba, Maya Kemp.
Ready. Line. Go to start. Ready.
Pair of Manitobans in this 500-meter race. I'm loving the pictures of the kids on the webcast, on the graphics, along with their season's best, personal best, and their category. This is the second junior category, ages 16 to 18. Spritzen's opener is 12:59. Kemp's opener is 12:87 as they head down the backstretch with the one coach, Coach Alex Moritz, encouraging them on. Let's see how they make out in terms of crossing the line relative to their seasons and personal best. Down the stretch they go. Maya Kemp will finish the race first, and she does so with a time of 46.36, and Spritzen's in at 47.52, season's best for both of these skaters. Pairing number 23 in the inside lane from Alberta, Aaron Padbury. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Antonia Villa.
Ready.
Opening 100 meters for both skaters is 12.72, and I say this every single time it happens. I love when it happens. It's happened early for me. Both skaters crossing the 100-meter mark at the same time. I usually get one of those every meet, and I've got one in the first set of races, so this is awesome. 12.72, they're opening 100 meters as they round the final turn. Padbury from Alberta, Villa from Manitoba. Villa will cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 46.76. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. And Padbury crossing the line at 47.45. In the 24th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Isabel Rasmus. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Maria Hansen.
Ready.
Crossing the line first is Maria Hansen at 12.55, Rasmussen at 13.09. .28 pairings. 4 more to go before we have an ice resurfacing. Crossing the line first will be Maria Hansen with a personal best of 46.7. Congratulations, Isabel Rasmus with a season's best at 48.3. We now move to the 25th pairing in the inside lane. Battle of British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. And in the outer lane, from that same province, Sarah Hansen. So these two skaters obviously skate out of the same province and probably out of the same club. You'll notice they're wearing the same skin suits. So if you're new to the sport of speed skating, the way you tell them apart is their color of their armbands. The inner lane skater skates with a white armband. In this case, that's Cheyenne Key, and she had an opening 100 meters of 13.17. The outer lane for the 500 meters, or in this case, is the red armband. So red armband is Sarah Hansen, and her opening was 13.57. If you have quartets, you have different colors, yellow and blue. And we have quartets for tomorrow. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But a season's best for Cheyenne Key, who started in the inside lane, finished in the outer at 48.43, and Sarah Hansen at 50.67 for a season's best for her as well. We now move to the 26th pairing in the inside lane, Battle of Alberta, Elena Manina, and in the outer lane, Sophia Major. So these two skaters are in the junior category, but Nina's in the younger junior category, ages 14 to 15, and Major's in the older junior category, 16 to 18. There are 4 categories. There we go again, a 100-meter opener, 12.87. This has never happened to me before. I must head off to Las Vegas. 12.87 for their opening 100 meters for both Menina and Major. Junior categories, but different age groups, and I always want to finish my thoughts. The Classic Series, the Oval Classic Series, has 4 categories, and they're competing for points. We'll be showing you the points as the weekend goes on. Menina crosses the line at 46.53 for a season's best. Major in at 47.57 for a personal best. Congratulations, ladies. We now move to the 27th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Megan Smith. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Melissa Scutchings.
Ready.
Megan Smith in the inside lane. Her opener is 12.73. Scutchings in at 13.24. Tim Comfort, the coach of Saskatchewan, coaching Scutchings down the backstretch, and Coach Alex Moritz from Manitoba, encouraging Megan Smith. This is the second last pairing of the women's 500 meters. Smith down the backstretch. Shall I say the straightaway? Will cross the line first with a burst of speed, and will cross the line with a personal best of 48.63. Scutchings in at 49.89. For a season's best. One final pairing with one skater in it. Pairing number 28 in the inside lane from Alberta, Denise Wessling.
Ready.
Opening 100 meters for Westling is 13.68. Westling skating by herself, always so difficult to do. Love to have that competition right beside you, another skater pushing you and you pushing them. You want the best time for them and you want the best time, they want the best time for you. That's how you skate fast. 52.44. 52.44 for Westling. That's the 28th and final pairing of the women's 500 meters. That's in the histories books. Pairing number 15, where we had one skater, Mila Reben, is a DNS. Did not finish. Did not complete the race. Actually did, but had the wrong armband. There's the proper information. Okay, if you're looking at the webcast, there's the top 8. You can see him on the webcast for yourself, but the sub 39 second races, Kim Mun-sun from Korea, Brooklyn McDougall, and Pak Chon-un, all under 39 seconds. Those are the top 8 times. What you're also seeing on the screen, it says Summer Classic, but it will be changed to the Fall Classic. And these are the categories. Now, you have the senior categories, Haley Bell, Kirsten Hagen. You got this is the points for the senior, or rather the times for the senior, the neo-senior, and the junior. I'll get it right. Anyway, if you're looking at the webcast, you see the list of skaters and their times. As we get deeper into the weekend, I'll talk more about the point system, but every skater gets points. Obviously, the faster the time, the more points you get. We're going to take a break now. We're going to have an ice resurfacing. It's 9:46, and we're back at 10 o'clock for the men's 500 meters. Of which we have 33 pairings, and we have one ice resurfacing after the 20th pairing. So we'll look forward to seeing you back on the webcast, or you hearing from me, in about 13 minutes. 10 o'clock start for the 500-meter men's race. I want to go back to the 500-meter women's for a moment. We butchered pairing number 15 quite nicely. Clara Mallard and Amelia Reben were to be in that pairing. Amelia Reben did not skate. Clara Mallard did, and she did a time of 43:25 for a season's best. So sorry about that, Claire. We're getting the time out to you now, and anybody watching and listening on the webcast. That's pair 15, Claire Mallard, with a time of 43:25, a season's best for her. In 3 minutes, we start the 500-meter men's here at the 2002 Fall Classic, the second of 4 meets in a series, and boy, oh boy, we're about to see some very, very fast times by some current Olympians who attended Beijing. 3 minutes to start time with a 2-minute warning in 1 minute. I'm going to announce the first pairing now and then go quiet until the starters take it away. Mark Poulin will be the starter for the men's 500 meters. We're going to have 20 pairings before we have another ice resurfacing and then finish off the final pairings after that. In the first pairing, in the inside lane from Manitoba and also representing our country in Beijing as an Olympian, Tyson Langlar. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Joshua Tellison. Have a great race, gentlemen. We have a revised start time. It's 9:59. We're going to start at 10:05. So in the meantime, I'm going to play a bit of music. Test pulse, test pulse.
2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Okay, we're back to the 2-minute warning with a 10:05 start. The 500-meter men's race, 20 pairings. I'll reintroduce the first two skaters. And then we'll turn it over to the starter, Mark Poulin. In the first of 20 pairings in the inside lane from Manitoba, but also representing our country in the Olympics in Beijing, Tyson Langlar. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Joshua Telezen. Good luck, gentlemen.
Go to the start. Ready. False start, outer lane, going down too slow. Go to the start. Ready.
Langlar's opening 100 meters is 10:34. Telezen at 10:06. Very fast, throwing down the race. In the early going. But we have a skater down. It looks like it's Joshua Telezen. Here comes Langlar to finish off the race down the straightaway, and he completes his race at 36.2, will be a season's best. Joshua went down on the first
Be a
corner
short delay, guys,
and is
for a
currently
quick
down
ice check.
now.
Yeah, just hold on tight until we bring you back on the ice.
It looks like Joshua is up and is skating and is moving, and that's a good sign. Hope you're okay, Joshua. Lightning opener for Joshua. The paramedic went over to assess things. Nothing needs to be done. Now they'll just check the ice surface to make sure that it's safe. Many times when a skater does go down, and at the speeds that they skate at, it's not uncommon. And so sometimes there'll be a chip or a gouge inside or on the ice surface, and so the ice crew will head down
1 minute.
and they'll make sure that it's working. So they're working on that right now. So while they're doing that, let me talk about the Oval Classic Series, which is newly created this year for the athletes. It's a point system over 4 speed skating meets: Summer Classic, the Fall Classic, the Oktoberfest, which is next month, and the Winter Classic. And every skater gets points no matter where they place. Obviously, the faster the time, the higher the points. More on that later. Let's go to now the second pairing of the 20 pairings, because the ice is good to go and the whistle is gone. So let me introduce these skaters. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Korea, Lee Byung-hun. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Frank Roth.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, in the inside lane, it's E, and in the outside lane, it's Frank Roth. Roth with a lightning opener at 9.94. We're going to see a real fast time that he'll lay down here. And Lee Byung-hun at 10.01. They're moving. They'll be setting the pace for the rest of the skaters. Here comes Roth. Let's see how he does with his season's best versus personal best. It'll see be a season's best for Frank at 35.1 and Lee Byung-hun at 35.9. Season's best for E as well. We now move to the third pairing from Japan in the inside lane, Murakami Yuma. And in the outer lane from Korea, an Olympian and medalist, Cha Min-kyu.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Roth, Murakami Yuma, with an opening time of 9:61, blistering, will take the lead in that area. Down the back stretch he goes. Cha Min-kyu in at 11 seconds exactly. Murakami from Japan. Here he comes down the straightaway in the third of 33 pairings. He's going to cross the line at a time that I don't just have. Due to some technical difficulty. We'll get those times. Here we go. 34.56 for Murakami Yuma. Okay, and I'll get Cha Min-kyu's time shortly. In pairing number 4 in the inside lane from Korea, Kim Yoon-jin. And in the outer lane from Alberta and also representing Canada at the Beijing Olympics, Connor Howe.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kim Yoon-jin and an opener of 10.13. Connor Howe at 10.25. Very fast skaters. Kim will finish off in the outer lane, Howe in the inside lane. Very close indeed. Howe is going to cross the line first and does so at a time of 35.62 with the season's best, and Kim Young Jin at 36.04, a season's best as well. We move to the fifth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Anders Johnson, and in the outer lane from Norway, Erik Russell.
Go to the start. Ready.
A Norwegian and a Canadian on the ice right now. Russell's opener, 10.03, the third fastest opener of the grouping so far. Johnson in at 10.29. Taking you back to pairing number 3, Mirakima Yuma at a time of 34.56, and Cha Min-kyu in at 38.95. Those are the times for pairing number 3. Down the straightaway we go. Russell is going to cross the line first with a personal best of 35.94. He'll be happy with that. Johnson in at 36.32 for a season's best. In the sixth pairing from Korea, taking the inside lane, Jang Sa Jin. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Yang Kun Zhao.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yang Kun Zhao opening 100 meters, 10 seconds even. Jang Sao Jin at 10:33. Here comes Zhao crossing the line first, and he's going to do so at a time of 35.83. And Jang Sa Jin in at 36.79 for a season's best. In the seventh pairing from Ontario, in the inside lane, Ryan Gibson. And I don't see a second skater just yet. And there we go. In the outer lane from Norway, Siver Brathud.
Go to the start. Ready.
The Norwegian and a Canadian on the ice, very close indeed in the opening 100 meters. Ryan Gibson in at 10.03, Brathud in at 10.16. Siver is one of a handful of Norwegians that have been training at the Calgary Oval. Hopefully their stay has been enjoyable and productive. Gibson is going to cross the line first as he comes down the straightaway, and he crosses the line at 35.96 for a season best, and Siver Brathud in at 36.85. We move to the eighth pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Vincent Dehatra, and in the outer lane from Ontario as well, Jake Weideman.
Go to the start. Ready. Outer lane, false start. Hold a stable position. Go to the start. Ready.
A good clean start on the second start. Now, if you're fairly new to the sport of speed skating, by the way, the opener for Dahatra is 10:32 and Weideman in at 10.6. This is an opportunity for me to talk to you a little bit about the armbands. These skaters look very similar in style and height and size. How do you tell them apart when they have the same skin suit? It's the armband. So Vincent Dahatra, whereas the white armband started in the inside lane, finishes in the out, and Jake Weideman in the red armband. Both seasons best, Weideman in at 36.91 and Dahatra 35.64. In the ninth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Max Halleck. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Kieran Hansen.
Go to the start. Ready.
Pair number 9 of 20. Before we do an ice resurfacing, or 33 in total. Halleck's opening 100 meters, 10:37. Hansen in at 10:47. Back into pair 5, where Anders Johnson was skating against Eric Roussel. Anders Johnson, unfortunately, was DQ'd due to ankle protection. Presumably, he didn't have it or have the proper equipment, and the onus is on the skater to do so. Halleck crosses the line at 36.85 for a season's best, 37.26 for Hansen, also a season's best. Pairing number 10 in the inside lane from British Columbia, Eric Orlowski. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-Andre Doyon.
Go to the start. Ready.
Marc-Andre Doyon with a blistering opener of 10.09, the sixth fastest opener this morning in the men's 500 meters. Eric Orlowski, 10.36. If you've just joined us, by the way, not so much in the oval, but if you're watching on the webcast and listening to me, this is the 500 meter men's in the second of a 4-meet series. This is the Fall Classic in the oval series, crossing the line first, throwing his toe forward. Is Doyon at 36.01. He'll be really happy with that. 36.01 PB for Doyon, 37.06 for Lacroix, or shall I say Orlowski from British Columbia. In the 11th pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Chris Homestead.
Go to the start. Ready.
The 11th pairing puts Zachary Lacroix on the same ice as Chris Homestead. Homestead's opener, 10.27. Lacroix in at 10.3. Always nice to get a good, clean start. The first one, everybody wants a clean start. The starters, the racers, everybody. I suspect nerves are an issue because this is, in a lot of cases, the first race for a lot of people. Lacroix in at 36.84, Homestead in at 36.85, very close indeed, and those are personal bests. Rather, season's bests for Lacroix and Homestead. In the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Hubbs Holzer. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Hayden Meilleur.
Go to the start. Ready.
Mayer's opening 100 meters is 10.44. Holes are in at 10.76. You can see Mayer down the backstretch using a little bit of draft from Holzer. That actually helps a little bit. And when the 500 meters, every second, every 100th of a second counts because the race is so short. Here comes Meilleur crossing the line with a personal best of 36.62. Hayden, you'll be happy with that. 36.62, 37.41 for Holzer. In the 13th pairing, in the inside lane from Norway, Magnus Dalla. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Matthias Bathe.
Go to the start. Ready.
We have a Norwegian and a Canadian on the ice right now. Dalle's opening 100 meters is 10.51. Bathe in at 10.67. 7 pairings from now, we'll do an ice resurfacing and then come back on for the balance of the 500-meter men's races. This is the opening day and the opening groupings in racing of the Fall Classic. Crossing the line first with a season's best is Matthias Bathe at 37.25. Magnus Dahl from Norway, 37.48 with a season's best as well. In the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Andre Erasmus. And in the outer lane from Austria, Gabriel Oder.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 100 meters, Erasmus in at 10.51. Oder in at 10.54. You see him down the backstretch, getting coached by their coaches and encouragement. The coaches only have one opportunity during the 500 meters, which is a 1 1/4 lap around a 400-meter track. Crossing the line first will be Gabriel Oder at 36.81, 37.44 for Erasmus. In the 15th pairing, in the inside lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jack Diebert.
Go to the start. Ready.
Champagne's opening 100 meters is 10.49. Diebert's in at 10.92. Here comes Champagne. He's going to cross the line first with a season's best of 37.33, and D-Bird also gets a season's best at 38.41. We're moving to the 16th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Emil Hodzak Center. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Lo.
Go to the start. Ready.
These look like two evenly matched skaters. Hodzak Santer's opener is 10.61 and Bon Lo at 10.64. Crossing the line almost identical. Bon Lo's going to be happy with that time, but he's got a personal best of 37.5. 37.53 for Hodzak Santer, but a personal best for Bon Lo. Congratulations. In pairing number 17 in the inside lane from Alberta, Caden Witowski. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki.
Go to the start. Ready.
Two evenly matched skaters. Witowski with an opener of 10.67. Kulbacki in at 10.7. Kulbacki just moved from Manitoba to Calgary to go to school at the University of Calgary and also to pursue his speed skating and education at the same time. What better place than this beautiful campus of University of Calgary? Kulbacki with a personal best of 37.79 and a season's best for Witowski at 38.24. We now move to pair 18 in the inside lane from Alberta, Caleb Jacobson. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington.
Go to the start. Ready.
I'm looking down at my announcing sheet as opposed to up at the screen and realizing I announced two skaters and there's only one. Keegan Waddington, this is your ice surface, your 500 meters. 11:09 is your opener all by yourself. Crossing over from the outside lane to the inside lane, rounding the final corner. Let's see how he does as he comes down the straightaway with everything he's got. Not the easiest thing to do, skating by himself. Creates a bit of mental toughness, moving fairly quickly, and a season's best, 39.6. He should be happy with that, 39.6. In the 19th pairing, in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, also third in the Canadian All-Round Junior Championship, Luca Veman. And in the outer lane, also from Saskatchewan, Fergus English.
Go to the start. Ready.
Luca Vieman opening 100 meters is 10.63. Fergus English, 11 seconds even. Coached by Tim Comfort of Saskatchewan. Encouraging both skaters as they head down the backstretch, entering the final corner. Crossing the line first is going to be Luca Vieman with a season's best of 38.16. English in at 39.44, and he books in a season's best as well. And I think skaters and coaches are both happy. Final pairing before the ice resurfacing in the inside lane from Alberta, Logan Toblin. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Adam Buchwald.
Go to the start. Ready. Outer lane, false start, hold a stable position. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off. Logan Toblin from Alberta, Adam Buchwald from Manitoba. Toblin's opener is 10.81. Buchwald in at 11.5. Both a very similar colored skin suits on. Toblin will have the white armband and will finish in the outer lane. Buchwald, the red armband, and will finish in the inner lane. Down the straightaway they go. Toblin will cross the line first and do a tumble. 38.43 for personal best, even with that grand finale finish, and Buchwald in at 40.09. That sometimes happens. We've seen that before. The timing couldn't be better because we're about to do an ice resurfacing, and if the ice needs repairing, there's no other skaters right after this. So that's the 20 pairings of 33 in total. We'll come back for the final 13. Let's bring on the Zamboni. It's 10:36, and we're going to do a start at 11 o'clock sharp. Let's play some music until then. Welcome, everybody, to the Oval Classic Series, the second of 4 meets where the competitors are competing for points. Hope you're enjoying both the webcast and the audio inside the Oval. Now let's entertain you with a bit of music.
Yep. We're still about a minute away. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running. Pair 21 of 33 in the final groupings of the first of 500-meter races over the next 3 days. You have a Norwegian on the ice and you have a Canadian on the ice. In the inside lane, Sondre Glassen from Norway. He had an opening time of 10:74. Ian McPeak from Manitoba, a time of 11.10. McPeak will finish off in the inside lane. Glassen in on the outer, and Sondrick will cross the line at a time of 38.83. And Ian McPeak, 39.36. Both sees best for those two gentlemen. In the 22nd pairing in the inside lane, representing Manitoba, going to school now here in Calgary, Ben Rutledge. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening time for Rutledge is 11:25. Cameron Thomas at 11:67. These guys are both in the junior category, 16 to 18. Remember, with Classic Series has 4 categories, and they're based on their age, and that's where this competition resides, and it's based on a point system. So Rutledge is going to come down the straightaway first and cross the line. Let's see where he lands at 39.71 for a season's best. And Cameron Thomas, 42.07. We now move to the 23rd pairing in the inside lane from Korea, Son Jae-won. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Matthew Mitchell.
Go to the start. Ready.
So Son Jae-won crosses the 100 meters first at 11:07. Matthew Mitchell at 11:32. Son Jae-won is a junior, ages 14 to 15, and Mitchell 16 to 18. And not to belabor the point, but there are 4 categories that the competition exists in for both the male and female skaters. And each of them are competing for points. And the faster you go, the more points you get. And they tabulate through 4 meets. Son Jae-won with a season's best of 40.92, and Matthew Mitchell will be happy with that at 41.05. He gets a personal best. Pair 24 of 33. In the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Oscar Stack Mikashu. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Eric Angelozzi.
Go to the start. Ready.
Good clean start to pairing number 25. In the outer lane is Angeloni, and his opening time is 11.2. Stack Mikashu is 11:45. Down the backstretch they go. They look fairly evenly matched. Let's see how they do in the final corner. Angelozzi will cross the line first in the inside lane, and he'll do so at a time of 40.53. He'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. 40.66 for Zach Mikishu. PB for Angelosi. In the 25th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Zachary Edelman. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Austin McGregor.
Go to the start. Ready.
Austin McGregor, Zachary Edelman, two young skaters in the junior 14 to 15 category. Edelman I met. He's from Lethbridge, Manitoba. They have a club out there, but often travels into Calgary and trains. His dad is on the webcast, Tariq Edelman. And here comes Zachary Edelman down the straightaway. And he's going to cross the line first and does so at 40.16. He'll be really happy with that. That's a personal best. Same with Austin McGregor, 41.68. Personal best. Coaches are happy. Skaters are happy. That's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Pairing number 26 in the inside lane from Alberta, Ian Dwyer. I'm looking for a second skater on the screen, and I don't see one. There we go. In the outer lane from Alberta, James Wigglesworth.
Ready.
Dwyer's opening 100 meters is 11.27. James Wigglesworth at 11.67. Crossing the line first is Ian Dwyer. He does so with the season's best time of 41.08. James Wigglesworth at 42.14. And that, Mr. Wigglesworth, is a personal best. Congratulations. Pair number 27 in the inside lane from British Columbia, Benjamin Conwicki. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Gabrielle Padbury.
Go to the start. Ready.
Padbury's opening 100 meters is 11.62. Conwicki in at 11.78. You're watching down the backstretch. You see Padbury catching the wind from Conwicki. That's a smart thing to do for skaters if you can, to catch their drafts. It does make a difference, and does make a difference, especially in the 500 meters. Crossing the line first with a personal best. Gabrielle Padbury, personal best, 42.63, 43.37 for Conwicki. Congratulations, Gabrielle. In the 28th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Chris Veman. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Connor Mason Bennett.
Go to the start. Ready. So
Veman's opening 100 meters is 11.94. Mason Bennett at 11.95. Had a good chat yesterday with Chris Veman at the coaches meeting. And he was filling in for Tim Comfort, who was arriving today to get the information for the event. And he mentioned to me that he was competing all weekend, and I have nothing but respect for the father of kids that are competing. So congratulations, Chris Veman, making me look out of shape just watching you. That's a great season's best for you at 43.02. Chris Veman in at 43.02, and a personal best for Mason Bennett, 43.92, 43.92. Congratulations. In the 28th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Merrick Shulman. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Scott Anderson.
go to the start. Ready.
Okay, I stand corrected on the opening skaters. I got one or two skaters correct. Merrick Shulman I got correct, but my apologies, Bob Irvin. Bob Irvin in with an opening at 12:24 and Merrick Shulman in at 11:09. So one more time. Battle of Alberta. Merrick Shulman in the inside lane, which will finish in the outer. And Bob Irvin from Alberta. And he will finish in the inside lane. Crossing the line first with a personal best, 41.28 for Merrick Shulman. You'll be very happy with that. And Bob Irvin crosses the line at 44.41.
Please stand
In
behind
the
blue-
30th
behind
pairing
blue
in the
line.
inside lane from Alberta, Riley Vandenberg. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marcus Capili.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, Capili's opening 100 meters is 12.76. Riley, unfortunately, had a fall while completing the first 100 meters. Not sure his status at this point. I think he's completely out of the race. Oh, he is back in the race, so looks like he's going to finish. Here comes Capili in the screen on the webcast. Started in the outer, will finish in the inner. He had like I mentioned, an opener of 12.76, and he'll finish his race at a time of 50.3, and that's a personal best for Marcus Capili. Marcus, you should be happy with that. And Riley Vandenberg, big hand for you for getting up and finishing the race. Congratulations with a time of 59.73. Not exactly how you wrote it up on the board, but you finished it, and it happens in the sport of speed skating. You're not alone. In the 31st pairing in Alberta, in the inside lane, Mitchell Wessling. In the outer lane from Alberta as well, Nash Loster. as I look at the screen on the webcast, and I don't see any skaters just yet. But I do see in the top right of my screen our paramedic from CanWest, Olivia Belgian. You can wave, Olivia, if you can hear me. There she is. We want her to do, and Avandi Bodini want them to do absolutely nothing for 3 days. And you know why. Here we go.
Go to the start. Ready.
All right, let's look at the opening times. Mitchell Westling at 11:97. Loster in at 12:59. We've had a couple of DQs today, improper armbands, ankle protection. The onus is on the skaters, the athletes, to make sure they have their proper equipment, and the referees monitor it. It's all about safety, and they make sure that if you don't have it, you don't get a second chance. You simply don't get the race. So imagine traveling across the country and not having the proper equipment. Thankfully, it's in the first day. You'll have time to race. So let's have a look. Westling crosses the line. Loster at 47:42 for a personal best, and I don't have Westling's time, but 47:42 for Loster, and that is a PB.
You just go back.
And we'll get Mitchell Westling's time shortly. We're just having a bit of technical difficulty with 2 pairings to go to complete the 500-meter men's race here at the Fall Classic, which is part of a package of 4 meets. So there's competition within the competition. So you have your own competition, which is the Fall Classic, but accumulated points are just happening as with each racer in 4 different categories. And this is the second of the 4 meets. We had the Summer Classic. This is the Fall Classic, followed by Oktoberfest in basically 1 month from now, and then to finish off with the Winter Classic. And basically, it'll be the top 3 set of points.
There's nothing on the clock.
Of the 4.
The electronic clock.
Top 3 set of points from 3 out of 4 meets, because not every racer can make 4 meets. Plus, we'll be acknowledging the winners in the categories throughout the day. They get a water bottle that says Fall Classic on it. And just want to acknowledge that they, let's say, had the best time in a certain category, in a certain race. So we have 2 more races coming up. While we're waiting for that, then you can have a look at some of the fastest times, or the fastest times so far. Look at Frank Roth, 35:09. Connor Howe, 35.62. And it's time now for the next race. Here come the skaters in the inside lane from Alberta, Cale Tarbett. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Subhan Ahmad. I only see one skater, though.
Ready.
Okay, Cale Tarbett is a no-show for this race, so it's Subhan Ahmad's race all by himself, 500 meters. As we say every time, it's always better to have a skater beside you to push you to even faster times. The opening 100-meter for Subhan Ahmad is 12:95. Subhan is from British Columbia. Would be the first category of junior. And down the straightaway he goes. With some encouragement inside the oval. Crossing the line first, and the clock stops as soon as the tip of the skate crosses the plane. 50.25 is his season's best. The final pairing is one skater, the legendary Bill Blonsky from Alberta, in the outside lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
I don't have an opening time for Bill. Rounding the first corner with the race almost half over for him. So as Bill enters his final turn, we're going to say goodbye to this 500-meter men's race. We're going to take a break. We're going to... I think there's going to be some warm-ups. I think there's going to be the 1,500-meter warm-ups. Then we're going to have an ice resurfacing. And Blonsky completes his race. Don't yet have a time for Bill. So it's 11:22. It looks like there's be warm-ups for the 1,500 meters. Then we'll do an ice resurfacing. We're scheduled to come back at 12:45, unless I hear differently. Okay, we're just getting sorted out here in the timing deck. We're going to start at 12:45, the women's 1,500-meter races. We're going to be doing quartets for the women. Quartets. For the men's, we'll do pairings for the men's 1,500 meters. So we'll have 14 quartets for the women's. And then we'll have 38 pairings for the 1,500 meters, but we'll have obviously a ice resurfacing in the middle. Bill Blonsky had a 1:18.50 time for Blonsky. So we'll turn the ice over to the athletes to warm up, and we'll throw some music on, and we'll be back up here shortly. Well, to be exact, 12:45, unless you hear from us differently. Pay attention to the webcast, as we will have the accurate times up there shortly. the Canada Winter Games in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, other than the long track when their artificial ice, will be held in Halifax. I hope to get out there and be a part of that event as well. And that's what's ahead. And a lot of the kids who qualify in that age group, that's all they talk about. That's their training for. So both short track and long track. So it's an exciting year ahead. There'll be lots of travel. Travel is no longer the way it used to be, but that's just life. But you get to travel the world if you're lucky enough, and to compete at the world level, at the international level, representing your province, or the town you grew up in, the province you're in, and also the country you represent in Canada. As I mentioned, we have a number of Olympians in today's lineup, both in men's and women's, and I will acknowledge them as we go through. And we have a couple of junior champs. We have there's 4 spots available. Back in March, they were available in women's and men's. There were 3 skaters out of Alberta, out west actually, that claimed 3 of the 4 positions, and in the women's, we claimed 2, and I'll talk about them as well. So we're coming up to the 2-minute warning, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Fall Classic, the first of 3 days here at the Olympic Oval in Calgary. We're going to be doing the 1,500 meter women's, 13 quartets kicking off with a pairing of Olympians. We're at the 2-minute warning. In a moment, I'm going to introduce the 2 skaters. And then we'll turn it over to the starter, Blair Toblin.
And then
from there.
Once you're in the groove, you can. Test shot.
The 1,500 meter race is 3 3/4 laps around a 400 meter oval, starting in the northwest quadrant or corner of the oval. We're starting with the women's. 13 pairings, 13 quartets in 1 pairing. The first pairing is 2/3 of Canada's team pursuit that won the gold medal in Beijing. We have Evanie Blondin and Isabelle Weideman. Evanie Blondin, a Canadian Olympian, gold medalist in the team pursuit and a silver medalist in the mass start. Isabelle Weideman, gold medal in the team pursuit, silver in the 5,000, and bronze medal
So there will be
in
a
the
short delay until we
3,000,
get the
both
clock
from
operating.
Ontario. I believe both from Ottawa, Ontario. Taking the inside lane, ladies and gentlemen, kicking off the 1,500 from Ontario, Evanie Blondin. And in the outer lane, also from Ontario, Isabelle Weideman. Good luck, ladies.
Test pulse. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off. A good clean start in the 1500 meter women's, the first quartet, although this is a pairing. Don't have their 200 meter opener just yet, or a 300 meter opener. This is 3 3/4 laps around. Okay, even a Blondin in the white armband. Isabel Weideman in the red armband. The lane that they start in will be the lane that they finish in. Even a personal best would be just over 151, just under 152. And Isabel Weideman just over 154. I'm not thinking a personal best is going to fall here. This is their first 1500 meter race of the season, so we'll unofficially put them in as a season's best time. If you're looking at the webcast, we don't have the times just yet on there, but we eventually will. They're just working on them. We've had the bell lap. Coming to the finish, Isabel Weideman will take across the line first, followed by Evany. And if I'm looking up at the Evany's, were 155.98, and I'll have to get the other time in a moment. Okay. We are now into the quartet, so I'm going to introduce all four skaters, Blair, and then we can go. So this first quartet, in the first pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Madison Pearman, Canadian Olympian. In the outer lane from Korea, Pak Ji-woo. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from British Columbia, Allison Demaray. And in the outer lane from Korea, Kim Bo-ram.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, let me make sense of this for you. We have the second quartet. There is 4 skaters on the ice. There should be about 200 to 300 meters apart. Madison Pearman and Park Ji-woo in the first pairing. Madison is in the white armband. Park is in the red armband. That's how you can stay and keep a handle on all of them. But now we go into a yellow and blue armband. Allison Demaray will be in the yellow, which is the inner on the second pairing, and the blue for Kim Bo-ram. There's the yellow. You can see Allison Demaray on the screen, followed by Kim Bo-ram. The lane they started in is the lane they're going to finish in. So you can keep a handle on that. You can see their split times on the screen. I wouldn't be surprised. There's the bell lap for Madison Pearman and Park Ji-woo. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a few personal bests. And I'll tell you why. With the quartet, 4 skaters on the ice, that actually helps all the skaters because it starts to create a little bit of a wind tunnel or a bit of a wind motion in the left to right around the 400-meter oval. The bell lap has gone on for Demaray and Bo-ram. And here comes Pearman, a grueling 1,500 meters. Not the easiest race in the world. Here comes Madison Pearman. She's going to cross the line at a time of 1:57.85. And Park Ji-woo at 2 minutes, 0.89. Demaray and Bo-ram are rounding the corner, finishing up. Desmarais crosses the line at a time of 1:58.16 and Buram at 1:59.40. In the third quartet, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from Korea, Kim Yoon-ji. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. In the second pairing of this quartet, junior champion from Alberta, Laura Hall. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running now in quartet number 3. We got Kim Yoon-ji and Abigail McCluskey in the first pairing, Laura Hall and Anna Bourgeois in the second pairing. I mentioned that they finish in the lane they start. That is incorrect. The lane they start is not the lane they finish. If they start in the inside lane, they will finish in the outer lane. My mistake. They will finish in the opposite lane or the other lane that they start. 4 colors of armbands, white and red for the first pairing, and yellow and blue in the second pairing. White and yellow are the inside lanes, and red and blue are the outside lanes for the start. So Kim Yoon-ji and Abigail McCluskey are the first pairing, and the bell lap has gone on for them. And Laura Hall, who I mentioned was the all-round junior champ crowned back in March here in Calgary. And Anna Bourgeois, both from Alberta. All right, finishing up first will be Kim and McCluskey. And here they come down the straightaway. No question, they're exhausted. But that's what this race does. It tests you in so many different ways. Abigail McCluskey crosses the line at 2:01.37. 2:01.37. Kim Yoon-ji at 2:03.28. Here comes Hall and Bourgeois. Going to be fairly close. Laura Hall crosses the line at 2 minutes, 0.66. Bourgeois, 2:01.02. In the fourth quartet, in the first pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Alberta, and Canadian Olympian Brooklyn McDougall. In the outside lane from Korea, Hwang Hoon Sun. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplan. And in the outer lane from Korea, Kim Min Sa.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, we've got the opening times for McDougall and Hyung Sun, 26.28 and 26.24, fairly evenly matched. Those are the fastest times so far, it looks like. Although we might be a little off in terms of times getting caught up from some technical challenges here. So I won't put a lot of weighting on that comparison of the 300 meters. Goplin in at 28.37 and Minsa in at 28.5. Lots going on the ice. 4 skaters, 4 coaches. Everybody's communicating, yelling. It's a bit of an organized chaos out there. But everybody knows their place. The 1,500 meters is arguably the most grueling distance in the sport of speed skating, given the fact that it's a marathon sprint. And there is Huang and McDougall's bell lap. And inside the oval, you hear lots of noise, lots of encouragement, lots of yelling by the coaches. You can see in the background, here comes Wang Hunsun and Brooklyn McDougall. Wang is going to cross the line first. And she does so at a time of 2 minutes, 0.03 seconds. McDougall in at 2:02.41. Here comes Goplin and Kim. Crossing the line first is Victoria Goplin at 2:04.7 and Kim Minsa at 2:06.13. In the fifth quartet, in the first pairing of this quartet from British Columbia, starting in the inside lane, Kirsten Hagen. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane, also second junior all-round champ from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Rachel Freitag.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running. Hagen and Mallard in the first pairing, Bieber and Freitag in the second pairing. Kirsten Hagen's from British Columbia. Claire Mallard is from Ontario. Hagen is in the white armband. Mallard is in the red armband. In the second pairing, Bieber is in the yellow armband and Freitag in the blue armband. That's how the referees keep track of everything. That's how we keep track of everything on the official basis, especially when a lot of the skaters, I don't know about you, but they hard to tell who's skating because of the skin suits. This is it's just very difficult to tell. So the armbands are very helpful, and it's their responsibility to put them on. We've had one disqualification earlier this morning because of the wrong color of armband. So, you know, it's important that the athletes prepare themselves well ahead of time so they don't have to worry about these equipment issues that are very preventable. That's the bell lap that just went off. I don't know if you can hear that at home on the webcast. Hagen and Mallard are finishing up. On the screen, you see Bieber and Freitag. And they get the bell lap, so they get the final. And soon in the screen, you'll see Hagen and Mallard. Here they come around the corner. That's Bieber and Freitag. Here we go. Hagen and Mallard down the straightaway, everything they got. Kirsten Hagen will cross the line first at a time of 2:07.27. Very close, 4/10 right beside her. Claire Mallard at 2:07.68. These two skaters, Bieber, Freitag, all they got. Here comes Bieber. She's going to cross the line and does so at a time of 2:09.84. And Freitag in at 2:12.34. In the sixth pairing, in the sixth quartet, in the first pairing, we have one skater in the inside lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. In the second pairing of this quartet, starting in the inside lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. And in the outer lane from Korea, Jung Yu Na.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this sixth quartet. Caitlin Pelkey by herself. As she comes down the straightaway, give her a hand because and some encouragement because she's skating by herself. And then Alexa Annika and Jung Yu Na in the 11th pairing of this sixth quartet. I had a conversation with Alexa Annika the other day. She was hanging out with some good friends, Rachel Freitag and a couple other skaters, and she recognized my voice from announcing, and she refers to me apparently, or I've been referred to as the Sky Guy. So I guess the voice in the sky, because she had never met me before. So I guess I have a new nickname sometime called the Sky Guy. The sixth quartet, the Sky Guy's announcing. Caitlin Pelkey in a pairing all by her own. And there is the bell lap. She'll gut that one out to finish off her 1,500 meters. Alexa Annika from Ontario and Jung Yu Na from Korea. She's part of a larger contingent from Korea. Bell lap has gone on for that pairing. It's common that skaters from other countries will come into Calgary and train. We've had many Chinese over the years. There's been Norwegians recently, and now Koreans and many others. Caitlin Pelkey will cross the line at 2:08.36. And here comes Alexa Annika and Jung Yu Na. Jung crosses the line at 2:07.85 and Annika in at 2:08.74. We now move to the seventh quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. In the outer lane from Korea, Kim Hee-jin. And the second pairing of this quartet starting in the inside lane, Kim Ji-young from Korea. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, Emma Langstrom and Ki Hee-jin in the first pairing of this quartet, and then Kim Ji-young and Ella Cloutier in the second pairing. The 1500 meters is 3 3/4 laps around the 400-meter track. And a very strenuous, very arduous race. We just heard the bell lap for Emma Langstrom and Kim. Crossing the line first is Kim Hee-jin at 2:05.20, Emma Langstrom in at 2:09.65. Coming down the stretch out of the corner first is Ella Cloutier. She's going to cross the line at a time of 2:12.12, and Kim Ji-young at 2:14.90. We now move to the 8th quartet in the 1500-meter women's races. In the first pairing from Korea, starting in the inside lane, Nam Yu-won. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. In the second pairing of this quartet, starting in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready. Skaters, clear the track, please.
Okay, we have a false start in the second pairing of this quartet. That means that they'll not race. They'll take a break and we'll let the first 1500-meter race out. Nama Won from Korea and Skylar Van Horn are in this first pairing. You can see him on the screen if you're at home watching the webcast. They just went down the backstretch to get encouragement from their coaches. Serena Dallaire and Robin Solly will simply have to wait. And once it's complete, then we'll do their pairing. So it's Nama Won and Skylar Van Horn, a Korean and a Canadian on the ice. Coaches are holding up numbers indicating their lap times, giving them information. The skaters will basically look in the peripheral or maybe tilt their head a little bit just to see the number and then keep going. They want to maintain the technique as much as possible. Harder to do when you get more and more tired. But that's the sport. Technique is everything to this speed of the sport. The more technical sound you are, the easier it is. And then the fitter you are, the more you can hold that technique and put the two together, you simply go faster. You don't want a lot of movement in your upper body. It's simply basically your legs while your upper body is still. Crossing the line first is Nam Ya-won at 2:04.95 and Skylar Van Horn at 2:12.21. We will now move to this next pairing.
False start, inner lane, crossing the line. Go to the start. Ready.
Good clean start for the second start with Dallaire and Solly. Dallaire from Saskatchewan. Solly from Manitoba, moved to Calgary. Is enjoying going to school, but more importantly, an indoor oval coming from Manitoba, which is where we hang out. It's a little bit cold in Manitoba, but you need the cold for the ice. So here we are, the 1,500 meters. We're more than halfway through the 1,500 meter women's races. I talked a little bit about the Calgary Oval, and that was the second permanent structure indoor oval ever created. The first one was in 1985. The Calgary one came along 2 years later in 1987. The first one was in Germany. And then Calgary. And then since then, 38, in total, I think 38 more permanent structure ovals have been created in 14 different countries. It would be of no surprise to you that the Dutch, the Netherlands, have 8 of them. China has 6. Canada has, well, now 3. Germany 3. Norway has 4. Surprisingly, the United States only has 2, given the size of their country. Italy has 1. Belarus has 1. Poland has 1. Sweden has 1. And Calgary is 3,600 feet above sea level. Salt Lake is about 4,600. When they had the Beijing Olympics at the ice ribbon in Beijing, it was basically at sea level. Crossing the line first was Serena Dallaire at 2:11.97 and Robin Solly at 2:12.55. Quartet number 8 is complete. We move to quartet number 9. The first pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Tatiana Deflect. In the second pairing, starting in the inside lane, from Alberta, Isabelle Champagne. And in the outer lane, from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Rachel Mallard's opening 300 meters is 29.24. I haven't really commented too much on the opening times, but I will this time. And again, I want to talk about Tatiana and her last name because I want to get it right. It's so important that I pronounce these kids' names correctly. And I'm getting closer. But I said Devlieg, which is incorrect. Deflect, which is incorrect. It's Deflieg. Tatiana Deflieg. So to the Defleagues that are watching on the webcast or inside the oval, please accept my apologies. And thank you for helping me get it correct. Rachel Mallard and Tatiana Deflieg in the pairing, the early pairing of this quartet, Isabelle Champagne and Lindsay Smart in the second pairing. This is a hard race. It just, I don't know how else to say it. It's just a simply hard race. It's a marathon sprint. And you want to go as fast as possible. And pacing is not really an option, but you're forced to because your body will only go so fast. The lactic acid buildup is very significant. It causes athletes to, well, experience extreme soreness. But it pushes these athletes to levels that their bodies, they didn't think they could put them to. But that's what they do. Rachel Mallard comes across at 2:11.31. Tatiana Deflieg comes in at 2:13.43. Rounding the final corner is Champagne and Smart. Champagne crossed the line at 2:11.40 and getting cheered on by her teammates Lindsay Smart, 2:15 even to complete quartet number 9 of 14 quartets. In the 10th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Camille Alford. In the outer lane from Korea, No Yin Woo. And in the second pairing from Manitoba, starting in the inside lane, Maya Kemp. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak.
Go to the start. Ready. False start, inner lane, crossing the line, and hold a stable position. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Quartet number 10 is officially underway. Camille Alford from Alberta, No Ying Woo from Korea, No Young Woo would be the proper pronunciation, No Young Woo, Maya Kemp and Sophia Dvorak in the second pairing. I'm told that we will have potentially the accumulation of points in the 1,500 meters for the Classic Series, the Oval Classic Series, because we're only racing one set of 1,500s, which is today. We have two 500s in the 3 days. We have two 1,000s, one 1,500, one 3,000, one 5,000, and then the mass start. So I was back talking about all the indoor oval permanently created structured ovals in the world. 39 or 38 of them. If Vancouver gets the Olympics, I guess as they did in 2010, that they would create a temporary permanent structure, if that makes any sense. They did so in Richmond, BC, but they tore that down after. Okay, crossing the line. First is No Young Woo, 2:16.78. Camille Alford in at 2:20.38. And everything they got down the straightaway, Maya Kemp and Sophia Dvorak. Dvorak will cross the line first at 2:19.74, and Maya Kemp at 2:19.96. In the 11th quartet, first pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Brooke Braun. And in the outer lane from British Columbia as well, Hannah North. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Alberta, Elena Menina. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Daria Voigt.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Quartet number 11 is well underway. Brooke Braun and Hannah North. Battle of British Columbia in this first pairing in this quartet. Elena Menina and Daria Voigt, Alberta and Ontario on the ice right now. So just some final comments on indoor ovals. Canada now has 3. Fort St. John, usually mostly for training. Sometimes Canada Cup stops. Calgary, of course. And now Quebec City domed their outdoor oval at their location. So that's going to attract more long track skaters and provide greater competition and greater numbers for Canada. The more facilities you have, the more kids you can bring into the sport, the more training. This is a good thing. I don't know what the elevation is in Quebec City. I know, as I mentioned, Calgary is 3,600 feet above sea level. Salt Lake City, 4,600. Most of the world records are held at both facilities. Brooke Braun crosses the line at 2:15.35. Hannah North at 2:19.28. And Daria Voigt has fallen on one of the corners and is back up. And she's back up and she's skating. That's a good thing. Elena Menina crosses the line at 2:29.06. Daria Voigt, who fell 2:31.44, who gets a hand from those around. She's doesn't seem to be injured, which is a good thing, but it's not how she wrote it up in the playbook. In the 12th quartet, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Aaron Padbury. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Antonia Villa. In the second pairing, from British Columbia, in the inside lane, Maria Hansen. And starting in the outside lane from Manitoba, Rachel Spritzens.
Go to the start. Ready.
False start. We'll do it again.
False start, outer lane. Hold a stable position. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running. If you've just joined us, you're watching the 1,500 meter women's race at the 2022 Fall Classic. This is the 12th pairing of, I keep saying pairing, it's the 12th quartet of 14 quartets. We were treated to a number of Olympians at the beginning of this race with Evanie Blondin and Isabel Weideman, Madison Perriman, Brooklyn McDougall, other notables, Abigail McCluskey, Laura Hall, Anna Bourgeois, a number of other skaters at the front end of these pairings and quartets. Now we're in the 12th pairing, 12th quartet, and pairings number 22 and 23. 50% of the skaters on the ice are from Manitoba. That only makes it 2, of course. In case you're wondering about points, because if you get every placing gets points. So if you're first in your discipline, in your category, you get 60 points. The second place gets 54, third gets 48. Right down to the 40th skater, which gets a point. This is a points classic series. It's the first year it's underway. And over time, the athletes will get more and more ingrained in it. Crossing the line right now is Antonia Villa at a time of 2:21.92. Erin Padbury, she crosses the line, and she does so at a time of 2:32.54. Here comes Maria Hansen. She's going to cross the line at 2:25.28. Sounds to me like she's got her own cheering squad. And Rachel Spritzen crossing the line at a time of 2:35.27. Not an easy race. The 13th quartet is up in the first pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from British Columbia, Sarah Hansen. And the outer lane from British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Isabel Erasmus. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Sophia Major.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Blair Toblin is our starter for the women's 1,500 meters. The chief starter all weekend will be Mark Poulin. He's going to do the 1,500 meter men's coming up after an ice resurfacing. We had Kim Fronberger, who started the women's 500 meters earlier today. We have referees in the building. We've got Rona Hathaway, who's our chief referee, Bruce Thorpe. I think Dave Thompson's in there somewhere, and Werner Meyer, all assisting Rona, making sure everything is running smoothly on the ice. Electronic timing and bell ringing is Don Brown. Video and YouTube streaming. It's really a combination of people, really led by John Little, and along with Dustin Miller and Tariq Edelman in volunteer position on the webcast. So when it's working, you can pay compliments to Tariq. When it's not working, you can get mad at Tariq. We have 2 paramedics on site. You have to. We have Avinash Badoni, who I've seen here many times from Can West Medical, and Olivia Belgian is the first time I've met her. They're at opposite ends. They have to watch the race very closely in case somebody has a fall, and then of course they have some knowledge of what to do if they're called into a particular situation. Crossing the line first is Sarah Hansen at a time of 2:38.40. Cheyenne Key at 2:38.64. Sophia Major at 2:34.29. 2:34.29, and here comes Isabel Erasmus. And when the end of her toe blade crosses the line, it's a 2:48.02 time, and that's what she'll book in at. 2:48.02. The final quartet of the 14 quartets in the first pairing, in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Melissa Scutchings, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Denise Wessling.
Skaters, there will
In
be
the
a short
second
delay
pairing, we will have
for ice
one
check.
skater only from Manitoba. We'll start in the inside lane, finish in the outer, Megan Smith.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
If you've just joined us and you're watching on the webcast, we're in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, live. Day 1 of 3 days, the Fall Classic. 1 meet of 4 packaged up together called the Oval Classic Series. And we're in the second race discipline of the day. We started off today with the 500 meters. And now we're in the 1,500 meter races, and this is the final quartet of the women. We will do an ice resurfacing after these races and then move on to the 1,500 meter men's, which will be in pairings, and we have 39 pairings. 39 pairings. So Melissa Scutchings and Denise Wessling are in the first pairing. And Megan Smith is skating by herself. This is her race alone, no one to push her. Tougher to do, so when she goes down this final stretch or the straightaway in front of the bleachers, help cheer her on, help be that second skater that's not on the ice for her. Because having other skaters on the ice pushes the other skaters. You want the best for the other skater, and the other skater wants the best for you. Because at the end of the day, you're competing against the clock. Scutchings and Wessling in the first pairing. And Megan Smith in the second pairing. Gaining on the 2. The key is she stays in the lanes that she's supposed to, getting coached appropriately by her coach Crossing the line first is Melissa Scutchings at 241.60, Westling at 243.83, and Megan Smith 232.60. 232.60. That completes the 1500 meter women's. The Zambonis are getting fired up. The garage door is opening. It's 1:22. We'll be back here at 1:45 for the 39 pairings of the 1500 meter men's race here at the Olympic Oval in Calgary, Fall Classic 2022. We'll talk to you then. So I have it wrong. How do you spell it? Okay, so how do you, okay, that's how it, but phonetically it's Terra? That's how you spell it. Phonetically. And what? Terra? Or Terra? Is the K silent? No, Terra. It's like Derek. That's my name. You're calling me. Thanks. Okay. No, that's okay. No, I won't. No, I won't. In that case, I won't because your parents are watching.
I've got a German background. My mom was crazy
Derek,
in the
Derek.
70s.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it takes me a while.
But no, you know what? I bet everyone called me Tarek. A lot of people, Middle Eastern people, right? They look up and they go, oh, you have a Lebanese name or anything. You're Tarek. Like, yeah, if you want to call me Tarek, that's fine. Because I know where the name origin is from.
So this whole, like, for example, look at the Oh, okay, hang on. You know what? Can I do the announcing
Test pulse. Test pulse. Two minutes. 2 minutes. Go to the start. Ready. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Skaters, there's going to be a short delay. They're doing an ice check. There will be an ice repair, so it'll be at least 1 to 2 minutes. You can skate around, I'll whistle you back in.
Okay, so we've had some ice masters working on some ice repair near the 500-meter finish line on the webcast on the screen. We've got the women's 1,500-meter Fall Classic champion. I probably want to review them one more time without being rushed. Junior category, ages 14 to 15. Give it up for Isabel Champagne. In the junior category, ages 16 to 18, Kim Hee Jin. In the neo-senior, Laura Hall. And in the senior 23 plus, Isabel Weideman. So if you've just joined us, apparently we had the sound off on the webcast. We had a skater fall toward the finish line. Ice has been repaired. We're ready to go. And I'll introduce the skaters after the start.
Go to the start. Ready.
So it turns out we had the sound off on the webcast. for a good portion. I'm not exactly sure how long and how much what you missed. But Yang Ho Jun and Max Halleck were in the first pairing. Halleck had a slip and fall, but crossed the finish line because the wipeout was right at the finish line. And both had very similar times, very quick. Now we're on the second pairing of the 1,500 meter men's in the inside lane. He'll start in the inside, but finish in the outer from Ontario, Hayden Meilleur. And in the outer lane, we'll finish in the inner with the red armband from Korea, Chun-ho. 3 3/4 laps around a 400 meter oval is the 1,500 meters. These guys make it look easy. They make it look quick. But they're trained and their bodies are in physical shape to do races like this. If you ever have had a chance to see speed skating live, especially down at ice level, while they look fast on the screen, they look faster when you're in the oval, but when you're at ice level, they look even faster. It's one of those sports where you develop a true appreciation for it when you see it live. So a very close race. Chun Hao is going to be very pleased with a 147.89 for a personal best, and Hayden Meilleur in at 148. Those are quick times. In the third pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Matthias Bathe. And in the outer lane from Austria, Gabriel Oder.
Go to the start. Ready.
Third pairing is off and running. Matthias Bathe, Gabriel Oder, Canada and Austria on the ice right now. I wonder if Gabriel's parents and relatives are watching back home in Austria. It would be, they're 8 hours ahead, so it's going to be 10 o'clock in the evening somewhere in Austria. It's definitely tomorrow in Japan and Korea and Australia. Expect quick times out of these two skaters. Bell lap for these skaters. I think what I'm going to do is throw on some music. Unfortunately, at the webcast, you won't be able to hear it, but it'll be for the skaters. These skaters are doing 27-second laps. You see the coaches, they'll have down the backstretch, they'll have actually these boards with numbers on them. 7, 2, they just leave out the third digit. All right, crossing the line first with the season's best from Austria, Gabriel Oder at 146.13, Matthias Bathe at 149.27. So season's best, which really means they're just getting going, really their first race of the year in the 1500. In the fourth pairing, starting in the inside lane from Korea, Pak Seon-hung. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-Andre Doyon.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, Park Sung-hyung and Marc-Andre Doyon are the pair on the ice. Let's have a look at their 300 opener. Very good. First and second of the time so far with 4 pairings in. Doyon in at 23:57. Sung-hyung, Pak 23.64. So they got a good clip going here. You see on the webcast, they're heading down the backstretch, getting their encouragement from their coaches and strategy. The coaches have basically less than 100 meters to get the message out based on the information they're seeing from their skater. Down the stretch they go. And Pak Sung-hyun with a season's best of 147.9 and Marc-Andre Doyon at 149.01. We move to the 5th pairing. A couple of Olympians in this pairing, and starting in the inside lane, representing our country in Beijing, and from Alberta, Connor Howe. And starting in the outer lane, from my home province of Manitoba, and representing our country in Beijing, Tyson Langlar.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 300 meters, Connor Howe at 23.74, Tyson Langlar 24.09. Both Connor Howe and Tyson Langlar went to Beijing and represented our country. Howe would be 5th in the world in the 1,500 meters. Formidable placing amongst the world's best. Here comes Connor Howe. He's going to cross the line first with a season's best of 143.3. Tyson Langlar in at 145.33. Obviously, the first race is 1,500 race for them for this season. We now move to pairing number 6, starting in the inside lane from Japan, Takamasi Akita. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer.
Go to the start. Ready.
Expecting some fast times out of these two skaters. Pairing number 6, Takamasi Akita and Hobbs Holzer, a Canadian and a Japanese on the ice right now. This truly is an international competition, this Fall Classic. Takamasi's got a really cool looking skin suit. Most of the skin suits represent the colors of their country. Sometimes some of the athletes will personalize them. And depending on what meet they're at, they're allowed to do that. Looks like it's possible that Takamasi Akita did that. The bell lap is gone, and here we go. The hardest lap in speed skating, the final lap in the 1500 meter. Mentally, physically taxing. Takamasi will cross the line right about now, and he'll do so with a personal best of 147.49. He's going to be really pleased with that. 147.49 for Akita Takamasi. 152.39 for Hobbs Holzer. And that is, of course, the season's best. In the 7th pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. And in the outer lane from Korea, Cha Yurin.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's worth noting that Jalen Doan was basically got a second in the all-round Canadian Junior Championships back in March. So he had a good season last year. So he's racing extremely well. When I'm pronouncing the Korean names, very similar to the Chinese names, it's the last name first. So Jalen Doan's competitor on the ice is Cha Oi-Roon, but you might think it would be Oi-Roon Chua, but it's not. Last name first, and that's how they prefer it, especially if this meet was actually held in Korea. That's exactly how it would be announced. So Jalen Doan from Alberta, Cha Oi-Roon. These skaters look like they're feeling it right now. And who wouldn't? Depends on how hard they go out. Depends what the strategy is with the race. The faster they go out, the tougher it is to gut it out for that last race. So, Cha Oi-Roon is going to cross the line first with the season's best of 157.07. Jalen Doan at 152.11. In the 8th pairing in the 1500 meter men's, starting in the inside lane from Korea, Pak Ki-won. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Joshua Tellison.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening time, fifth quickest 300 meters so far in the men's 1500 meter. Pak Ki-woon at 24:07. Joshua Tellison in at 24:24. The bell lap has gone on for Pak Ki-woon and Joshua Tellison, this 8th pairing. We're going to go to 20 pairings and then we'll do an ice resurfacing. For the majority of these skaters, this is their first 1500 meter race of the season. Crossing the line first is Pak Ki-woon with a personal best of 148.01. 148.01. Congratulations, Pak. Joshua Tellison in at 150.69 for a season's best. We move to the 9th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Eric Orlowski. And in the outer lane from Korea, Chung Jae-won.
Go to the start. Ready.
The first 300 meters crossed by Eric Orlowski in this pairing, 24:37. Chung Jae-won at 24:95. I was talking earlier about having an appreciation for the sport and not really appreciating just how fast these skaters go unless you see them live. Well, the sprinters at the top level will go as fast as a car down the street, some 66, 65 kilometers an hour. The longer the race, they won't go as fast because they need to keep pace for longer distances, but they're still going as close to a car down the street. That's fast. All the training these athletes go through to get to these levels. And so many things have to work out. Okay, let's look at what this race is going to deliver. Chung Jae-won at 146.41. Orlowski at 150.52. Both seasons' best, but of course, because that's really their first race this season. So the 10th pairing from Korea in the inside lane, Ko Eun-woo. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Emile Hodzak-Santer.
Go to the start. Ready.
Ko Un-woo, 24:21 on the 300 meters. Emil Hodzak Center at 24:75. That's their opening 300 meters. With 3 3/4 laps, these racers are crossing over on the back stretch three times. If they start on the inside, they'll finish in the outer. If they start in the outer, they'll finish in the inside. We did hear a bell lap. Here they come rounding the final corner. Ko Un-woo crosses the line with a personal best of 1:48.42. And a personal best also for Emil Hodzak Center, 1:50.91. Gentlemen, congratulations. We're not seeing too many personal bests today. We got a pair right in front of us. Well done. Pair 11 in the inside lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. And in the outer lane from Korea, Chun Young-ho.
Go to the start. Ready.
Pair 11 of 36, crossing the 300-meter mark, very close in terms of speed so far. Matthew Laxton from Ontario, a time of 24.93. And Jung Young Hun at 24.86. Well, I haven't kept total tabs of all the personal best. It feels to me like a number of them are coming from the Korean skaters. Not all of them, but they seem to be notable. So perhaps the training in Calgary is agreeing with, well, the results seem to be following. So perhaps some of the training in Calgary is contributing to their success. We hope so. Our wish is that every skater does well, achieves personal bests throughout their entire career. Getting better and better is what it's all about. Final corner coming up for Laxton and Jun. Jun Yoon Hun is our Korean skater alongside Matthew Laxton. Jung is going to cross the line first with a personal best. Speaking of personal bests, 1:49.47 and a season's best for Matthew Laxton at 1:50.80. We now move to the 12th pairing. In the inside lane from Korea, Lee Do-hyung. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Ryan Gibson.
Go to the start. Ready.
Ryan Gibson crossing the 300-meter line first at 23:44. Yi Do Young at 24:51. Now they settle in after that first 300 meters. 3 full laps after that, gutting it out in the 1,500 meters. And that is what we're doing, actually. 1,500-meter men's here, the 2022 Fall Classic. It's part of an oval classic series. This is the second of 4 meets. I don't want you to lose sight of the fact that this meet is part of a much larger picture in terms of competition amongst athletes, accumulating points for bragging rights and to drive the competitiveness even higher. Each category of a winner receives an amazing prize that they get to take home, that is practical and that they can use on a regular basis, even for training. But they have to earn it to get it. Here comes Yi Do Young and Ryan Gibson. Gibson crosses the line with a personal best. He'll be very happy with that. Congratulations, Ryan. 150.17. E crosses the line at 150.67 for a season's best. In pair number 13 in the inside lane from Alberta, Frank Roth. In the outer lane from Korea, Yi Sun Hyung.
Go to the start. Ready.
Well, these skaters look like they got out of the gate really quickly, and it's showing in their times. Frank Roth, who has the fastest opening 300 meters so far, 23:41. Yi Sung Hyung with a time of 24:14. Now they settle in for their 3 laps. I see Will Dunton, coach, has joined Bart Scouten to help the national team and in particular the sprinters. Being a sprinter himself, Will was a coach out of Manitoba for 3 years and left an indelible imprint on the speed skating community, both on and off the ice, and a newlywed now that he's settled in back in Calgary with his wife Lizzie, and a real asset to the Oval program having Will Dunton as part of it, at least as far as I'm concerned. Although I don't make those decisions, I've had a wonderful experience with Will over the years. A big asset for the Canadian national team. So, Yi Sung Hyung will cross the line first with a personal best of 146.87. 146.87. And Frank Roth with a season's best of 150.90. In the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Korea, Moon Young Moon. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Veman. Although I only see one skater on the, there we go, 2 skaters on the screen.
Go to the start. Ready.
Moon Young Un from Korea with a time of 24:89 in his first 300 meters. Luca Vieman, 25.18. I mentioned this earlier. Luca Vieman, third in the overall in the Canadian Junior Championships back in March. Max Poulin took the gold, and Jalen Doan took the silver, and Luca Vieman the bronze. So congratulations, Luca, to a terrific Canadian Junior Championships this past year. We're in the 14th pairing of 20 in the men's 1,500 meters in the 2002 Fall Classic. Some things that are new this year for us in the timing deck as the bell lap goes on. And for your experience, which is really what John Little and Dustin Miller are up to, is to try and give you a much better experience from your own living room. The graphics at the beginning, you get to see the season's best, if there is one, a personal best, and which category they fit into for the Classic Series. There are 4. And then once the race gets going, you can see along the bottom of the screen the time, the split times. And if you look at Moon Young Woo, it's 150.21 for a season's best, and Luca Vieman 153.60 for a season's best as well. In the 15th pairing, starting in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Lo. And in the outer lane from Korea, Oh Win Min.
Go to the start. Ready.
We have a Korean and a Canadian on the ice right now. Bon Lo from Saskatchewan. His 300-meter opener is at 25.2. And Oh Min Min has an opening time at 24:61. It's quiet in the oval today. There's some short trackers on the ice. The hockey rink is empty. Mostly athletes and coaches and a few family members. I expect more support and more people in the building tomorrow because it's the weekend. And there goes the bell lap. Bon Lo and O are on the ice. Crossing the line is our Korean skater, Oh Hyun Min, at 1:48.05 for a season's best. Bon Lo will be happy with his time, 1:53.97 for a personal best. In the 16th pairing, the Battle of Korea, if you will, in the inside lane, Ju Wing John, and in the outer lane, Kim Hwang Rae. Both from Korea.
Go to the start. Ready.
All right, here's a good picture of the two Korean skaters coming down the finish off their first 300 meters, getting an opening split. Kim with a time of 24:02, Ju with a time of 24.63. Now, if you're new to the sport of speed skating, how do you identify which is which skater? It's hard to tell with skin suits on at the best of times, but they have the same color, same design of skin suits. Obviously, you have a club or a national team skin suit. You tell by the color of their armbands. Every skater must wear an armband. It's their own responsibility to have an armband. All skaters will probably have 4 armbands, a white, a red, a yellow, and a blue. In this case, for 2 skaters on the ice, they only use white and red. And so the white armband is the one that starts in the inside lane. So that's Ju. And red would be Kim. So Ju started in the inside lane. We'll finish in the outer. And Kim will finish in the inside because he started in the outer. And so you look at the color of armband. I guess that's really the point I'm trying to make. So the white armband would be Ju, and here he's coming down the straightaway just slightly ahead of Kim. He will cross the line first, and he's going to do so at a time of 1:48.90 with the season's best. And Kim will be happy with that, a 1:50.07, and that is a personal best for Kim Young-Rae. It's 17th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Daniel Pauly. And in the outer lane, from Korea, Jun-In Woo.
Go to the start. Ready.
Daniel Pauly's opening 300 meters is 24.89. Jun-In Woo at 25.34. Two laps to go in this 1,500 meter race, 3 3/4 lap. Depending on the length of the race is depending on where they start in the oval. So the 1,500 meters starts in the northwest corner, goes full 300 meters. The 500 meters starts in the southeast corner. You basically get your 100, 200, or 300 meters out of the way to the finish line, and then just do full laps after that. Daniel Pauly and Jun-In Woo are on the ice right now, the 17th pairing of 20 before we do an ice resurface. Red armband, that means start in the outer. That'll be Jun-In Woo, who's going to finish in the inner and does so at a time of 1:52.38. Daniel Pauly at a 1:54.34, and that is a season's best for Daniel. In the 18th pairing in the inside lane from Korea, Pak Soon Yoon. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson.
Go to the start. Ready.
It looks like Jared Farquharson is a no-show for this race. So it's just Park Sun-yoon. Park Sun-yoon from Korea. Let's help him out, give him some encouragement as he heads down the straightaways. He's got an opening time of 25:46. It's hard enough to skate 3 3/4 laps as fast as you humanly possibly can. But to do it alone, you got some encouragement from the coaches. But having another skater beside you is really helpful in order to reach your potential speed. Having said that, here he is. This is his 1,500 meters all by himself. Park Sun-yoon. The bell lap has gone on. It's Park Sun-yoon all by himself. His Korean coach has a sign that, or board that has an 8 and an 8, and that means he's doing a lap of 28.8. They would sit down, or the athletes and the coaches sit down and plan out their laps, because mathematically you can figure out what your time is if you do it mathematically possible, I guess. Looks like we got a personal best of 152.71. Park Sun-yoon, 152.71 by himself. Congratulations. In the 19th pairing in the inside lane from Korea, Koo Byun-wook. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Yang-kun Zhao.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yang-kun Zhao's opening 300 meters is 24.55, 25.79 for Ko Byun-wook. This is the 19th pairing of 36. We'll complete this and one more, and then we'll do some ice resurfacing. You can see the times by the coaches are just over 27 seconds. If they can hold that, we're going to see some really good times for these skaters. I've watched Yang-kun Zhao develop skating for the last 4 years, 5 years since we've been in the sport. Met him in Winnipeg. Very nice young man and loves both short track and long track. You can see now the numbers have gone from 7 to 9, 7 to 8. That means that the fatigue is starting to set in, and it's very difficult to hold a 27-plus pace. Here they come, as hard as they possibly can. And Ko Byun-wook with the season's best of 152.64, 152.64. Yang-kun Zhao, 153.10, 153.10. That's a personal best for Yang-kun. Final pairing before we resurface the ice in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. And in the outer lane from Korea, Yu Don-hoon.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 300 meters for Yu Don Hoon is 25.7. Fergus English is 26.83. Now they settle in for the final 3 laps. I say final 3 laps, really the 3 laps remaining. I say that like it's really easy to do, like, oh, there's your final lap. It's not. Let's have a look at the times once the camera shows what the coach's numbers are. So we got an 8.5 there and a 9.7. Okay. And the bell lap is gone. Yu Don Hoon and Fergus English are in this final pairing before we do an ice resurfacing. "36 pairings in total. And Yu Dong-hoon looks exhausted, 155.37, and who wouldn't be? 155.37, and Fergus English, 159.05, 159.05, season's best for both of them. Well, congratulations to all the pairings out there. Everybody finished their races. Hope you found value in your race. It's 2:41. We are back at 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock to continue on pair number 21. Look forward to talking to you then.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Two-minute warning ahead of the remainder of the 1,500 meter men's pairings and the final groupings before we complete today's day one event. 2-minute warning. We'll start at 3 o'clock sharp. I'll announce the racers in just a moment. In the first pairing, in the final groupings, in the 1,500 meter men's in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki.
Go to the start. Ready.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final groupings of the 1,500 meter men's races. The first of this grouping, the final pairing, or this pairing in the final grouping, rather, Keegan Waddington from Saskatchewan had an opening 300 meter at 25.84, and Ryan Kulbacki 25.46. Keegan Waddington is wearing the white armband. Ryan Kulbacki is wearing the red armband. Both of these skaters are part of the junior category, ages 16 to 18. It's one of the 4 categories in the Oval Classic Series, and as I've mentioned many times and will continue to do so over the weekend, this is the first of a 3-day meet. There goes the bell lap. But this meet is part of a package of 4 meets where accumulated points matter from meet to meet to meet. There's the encouragement from the coaches. The hardest lap in the sport of speed skating is that final 400 meters in a 1,500 meter race. Kulbacki and Waddington are digging in deep. Here comes Ryan Kulbacki. He's going to cross the line with a personal best of 1:54.37. Congratulations, 1:54.37. Ryan Kulbacki, 1:56.63 for a season's best for Keegan Waddington. We now move to the next pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall. And starting in the outside lane, also from Alberta, Andre Rasmus.
Go to the start. Ready.
So we've got the Battle of Alberta with the same color, same design of the skin suits. Daniel Hall, Andre Erasmus. Daniel Hall is with the white armband. In case you're wondering which skater is Daniel Hall, he had a 25.6 for the 300 meter. Andre Erasmus is the red armband at 24.52. Hall white, Erasmus red. That's how you can tell. The bell lap has gone on. 400 meters to go to finish up this 1,500 meter race with Daniel Hall and Andre Erasmus. The 1.6, if you're wondering what those numbers mean by the coach, that's the equivalent of 31.6. That was the most recent lap time, giving the skater information. Digging deep. Here comes Daniel Hall with the white armband. Exhausted, absolutely exhausted with a personal best. He'll be happy with that 152.56. Daniel Hall, personal best, 152.56. And Andre Erasmus, 159.43. Finishing up the Battle of Alberta, let's throw the Battle of Manitoba on the sheet. Pair 23 in the inside lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. And in the outer lane, same province, Ben Rutledge.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, two Manitoba skaters, very evenly matched skaters. The 300-meter opener for McPeak is 26.04. Ben Rutledge, 26.11. Both are students of University of Calgary. Ben Rutledge resides now in Calgary, living in res and living the dream of a first-year student of U of C from Manitoba, and was a hockey transfer athlete several years ago, and we got that hockey stride out of him, and he's doing extremely well in the sport of speed skating. Ian McPeak is from Manitoba and is an online student from the University of Calgary, but still living in Manitoba. And not only do they have similarities in terms of the schools they're going to and the kind of skaters they are, and the province they're from, they're also very, very good friends. But right now, each of them will want the best for each other. There goes the bell lap. McPeak should want Rutledge to skate the race of his life, and Rutledge should want McPeak to skate the race of his life, because that's what pushes each other. You want the best for each other, which brings out the best in yourself. McPeak is coming out of the corner first. And with everything he's got, and with everything Rutledge has got, to the final wire, here we go. McPeak will cross the line at 157.33 with a personal best. 157.33 with a PB for McPeak. Rutledge in at a season's best, 159.43. 159.43. Congratulations, gentlemen. In the 24th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Adam Buchwald. Skating beside him, starting in the outside lane from Korea, Hung Jin Min.
Go to the start. Ready.
In this 24th pairing, we've got Adam Buchwald from Manitoba, and we got Hong Jin Min from Korea. Very evenly matched skaters, at least from their times, from their personal bests. Adam Buchwald will be wearing the white armband, and Hong Jin Min will be wearing the red armband. This will be Adam's first race of the season. I'm not sure about Hong Jin Min. There is the bell lap, which signals the most grueling lap in speed skating for these kids right about now. I was talking with Tyson Langlar at the break, and I asked him what that last lap was like, and he says, you know what? He just puts one leg in front of the other and hopes they stay up. He says it's very tiring. Hong Jin Min on the screen is coming down the straightaway first. He will cross the line at a time of 1:53.43, 1:53.43 for a personal best. And Adam Buchwald will have a season's best of 1:58.8, 1:58.80. In the 25th pairing in the inside lane, all the way from Australia, the land down under, Darius Achete. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, quite a distance from Australia, Oscar Stack and Mikashu.
Go.
And I
to
only
the start.
see Oscar.
Ready.
So Darius Achete is a no-show for this race. I guess I should look on the screen sometimes when I make an announcement to see two skaters. But we have one skater, and this is Oscar Stack Makashu's race. It's his 400 meters, 3 3/4 times. Do give him encouragement as he goes down the straightaway. You can be his other skater on the ice to help him out. Tim Comfort is his coach. Oscar Stack Makashu, that is the skater you're watching on the screen. He's got the bell lap and the final 400 meters in this 1,500 meter race. Tim Comfort giving him a 2 and a 4, signaling a 32.4. I was talking earlier about athletes and coaches sitting down and mapping out their race, especially the longer distances when it's all about pacing. It's all mathematics. If you want to achieve a certain time, then you want to have a certain pace. I'll talk about that further in a moment. 2:04.36 for Oscar. 2:04.36. Oscar, that's a season's best for you. We now move to the 26th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Zachary Edelman. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas.
Go to the start. Ready.
Zachary Edelman from Lethbridge, Alberta. Started out in the inside lane. He'll finish in the outer lane. And Cameron Thomas from British Columbia. So you can see a 6 and a 7 on the numbers on the left side. That's 26, 27. But as you know, this is a very difficult race, and fatigue sets in very early because it's a marathon sprint. It starts to wear you down, and in doing so, you're going to see the numbers rise. There you go. From 26 to 27 now into the 31 range. It's no fault of the athletes. It's just how difficult this race is. It's a great test for each of the skaters to see where they're at in terms of their training. It simply gives them information and helps them to then revise their training program. Also gives them an indication of the progress they're making. Are they making progress? Are they going forward? Are they going backwards? Are they staying about the same? Edelman and Thomas on the ice right now with about 200 meters to go. Alberta and BC on the ice. 202 skaters in the Fall Classic. 85 women, the balance men or male. Zachary had a PB in the 500. And he's having a good meet so far. Zachary Edelman in at 2:04.92 for a personal best. 2:04.92. Congratulations, Zachary. Cameron Thomas in at 2:07.97 for a season's best. 2:07.97. We now move to the 27th pairing. In the inside lane from Korea, Ko Eun-gyu. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Chris Veman.
Go to the start. Ready.
Let's check in to see what the opening 300 meters is. Ko is in at 25.61. Veman in at 28.88. Chris Veman is the father of Luca Veman, who was third overall in the Canadian Junior Championships back in March in Calgary. Very proud father. And here he is. He's a lawyer in, I believe, Saskatoon, and heavily involved in the speed skating community. So much so he's actually skating himself, making speed skating dads like me look bad by not putting on the blades. And since I can't do that, or haven't, I think I'll stick to the microphone and be the sky guy. As Alexa Annika appropriately called me. The guy in the sky. Ko and Veman on the ice right now. The 1,500 meter men's in the Fall Classic. The second of 4 speed skating meets that make up the Oval Classic Series. And it's a series, all right. Here comes Ko Eun-gyu. And he's going to cross the line with a personal best of 157.23. 157.23. Congratulations, Cole. Chris Veman crossing the line with a season's best of 209.89. Way to go, Chris. 209.89. We now move to the 28th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Benjamin Konwicki. In the outer lane from British Columbia as well, Matthew Mitchell.
Go to the start. Ready.
The opening 300 meters for Matthew Mitchell is 27.31. Benjamin Konwicki, 28.39. Battle of British Columbia. You can see the numbers on the right side by the coaches, giving them encouragement and giving them information. For all those watching on the webcast, you're watching obviously your children or your grandchildren and or perhaps your friends. If you have any feedback you want to provide us, feel free to just do so on the webcast, all 78 of you. Well, don't do it all at once. We don't want the system to go down. But, you know, from time to time, give us some feedback, good, bad, or indifferent, because the experience that the Oval staff want to do is to make sure that, well, they're just trying at every opportunity within the resources that they have is to give you, the viewer, an improved experience each and every year. I love the graphics. I love the fact that the kids are getting their pictures taken, their headshots, so you can see what the kids look like. And they are kids for the most part. I would say the majority of the athletes here are anywhere from 14, 15, all the way to maybe 20. Obviously, we have some senior statesmen, maybe 22, but most of them are teenagers and our future. In a lot of cases, our budding stars are right in this group right here that you're watching today. And you've seen some of them already, especially in the early pairings. So crossing the line with a personal best is Matthew Mitchell at a 2:05:33 number, 2:05:33. Benjamin Konwicki will cross the line at 2:11:73. Moving to the 29th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Mitchell Wessling. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, nobody. Mitchell Wessling. Ian Dwyer is not there, I don't think. So Mitchell Wessling, it's your race.
Go to the start. Ready.
Mitchell Wessling crosses the 300-meter mark at 28.86. And you can see the 8.8 on the right with the coach giving the encouragement and the information. That means that last lap was 28.8 seconds. Now, we know that number is going to rise. The whole idea behind the training and the technique is to have it rise as little as possible. It's very difficult in the early years of the development of a skater. So it can rise as much as 4 or 5 seconds. And we will see. But I've watched Ted Jan Blomman and Graham Fish race and do a 5,000 meter or a 10,000 meter where they're skating consistently at 27, 28, 29 seconds. But they've trained for years and years and years, both in their technique and their fitness. That's what's ahead for these kids. Let's have a look at what the number is here. Oh, we're going down the straightaway, actually. We're going to get a bell lap. So let's see what the lap number is. Okay, so we're up to 35.9 now, and that's to be expected. But as the kids get fitter and the technique gets better, those numbers will rise slower. Watch tomorrow in the 3,000 meter and the 5,000 meter, especially the Olympians, the ones that have been doing it for years. So Mitchell crosses the 1,500 meter finish line at 2:15.53 for a season's best. Congratulations, Mitchell. Mitchell, that is. We now move to the 30th pairing. In the inside lane from British Columbia, Austin McGregor. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Riley Vandenberg.
Go to the start. Ready.
Mark Pullen is the starter, chief starter and starter for all the men's events today. He was assisted with Blair Toblin, who did the women's 1,500 meters, and Kim Fronberger, who did the women's 500 meters. I believe Mark is here all weekend. Tomorrow's a new day. We're getting close to the end of day one. It's amazing how quickly it goes. It's a gorgeous fall day here in Calgary, Alberta. And inside the oval, you've got the short track training going on. Nobody on the hockey ice. And us inside the oval. The temperature of this track at the ice level is around 7 degrees. Up here in the timing booth is probably around 20 degrees, and out in the stands me about 13 or 14 degrees. But there's no wind. Because it's indoor. Tongue-in-cheek, of course. Austin McGregor and Riley Vandenberg are on the ice right now. 1,500 meters. The bell has gone on. Austin McGregor is wearing the white armband and has created considerable distance between him and Riley. But that's meaningless if they're just racing their own race because they have their own personal bests and season's bests in their own level of development. Oftentimes, though, the racers are more evenly matched in terms of time. Gutting it out to the end. Finishing in the outer lane is Austin McGregor with a personal best of 2:12.10. There are some skaters that are going to be very happy with their times. Austin McGregor will be one of them at 2:12.10 for a personal best. Riley Vandenberg comes in at a time of 2:22.51. We now move to the 31st pairing in the inside lane. From Alberta, Gabrielle Padbury. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Eric Angelozzi.
Go to the start. Ready.
Tomorrow, I hope to have a couple of interviews with some skaters. Heather McLean, who is still injured. Angeloni's opening 300 meters is 26.65 and Padbury at 28.33. But I hope to have a chance to connect with Heather McLean. As I mentioned, is still injured, and a good portion of her season will be missed as she works on her injury. She might talk about a little bit about that, but Canadian sprinter on the national team has gone to the Olympics. Would love to hear her thoughts on speed skating in general and her journey to get to where she is. And I've talked to some other skaters as well, and if it works out in their schedule, love to get them up here. And it would strictly be for the webcast only. And we're able to do that. So if you're in the Oval and you want to hear what Heather says or some other skaters, we'll give you advance notice. So Gabrielle Padbury and Eric Angelozzi, the Battle of Alberta. Well, no, let me check that. Yes, the Battle of Alberta. That's correct. It's getting close to the end of the day. Fewer and fewer people are in the building. I think I might throw on some music for the skaters. Go ahead and start the race.
Go to the start. Ready.
This is pairing number 32 of 36 in the inside lane, Connor Mason Bennett, and the outer lane, James Wigglesworth. I'll have the times for Gabrielle Padbury and Eric Angelozzi in just a moment. The opening 300 meters for Mason Bennett is 28.78 and Wigglesworth is 28.89. Connor Mason Bennett and James Wigglesworth. Connor Mason Bennett is from British Columbia. James Wigglesworth is from Alberta. I'll have the times in a moment for Gabrielle and Eric. Very evenly matched skaters. Each of them know each other's right beside each other and help push each other. That's the whole idea. Comes the final stretch on the straightaway. Crossing the line first with a personal best will be James Wigglesworth with a time of 2:13.25. Connor Mason Bennett also with a personal best of 2:14 42. Congratulations, gentlemen. We now move to pairing number 33 in the inside lane from Ontario, Isaac Emblem. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Scott Anderson.
Go to the start. Ready.
This is the 33rd pairing, Isaac Emblem. From Ontario, Scott Anderson from Alberta. Let's check in on their 300-meter split. Isaac Emblem in at 31.11 and Scott Anderson at 32.7. Now, back to pair 31. They deserve to have their times heard as well. Eric Angelozzi. Eric Angelozzi at 208.92. 208.92 and 214.88 for Gabrielle Padbury. In case you're wondering who is who, Scott Anderson is wearing the red armband. Isaac Emblem, the white armband. Down the stretch, here comes Scott Anderson, and he's going to cross the line first at 2:17.04. 2:17.04 for a season's best for Scott. And Isaac Emblem will cross the line, and he will do so at a time of 2:28.31, 2:28.31, which is a season's best. We now move to pairing number 34. In the inside lane from Alberta, Merrick Showman. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Subhan Ahmad.
Go to the start. Ready.
Merrick Showman and Subhan Ahmad are on the ice right now. Merrick Showman with an opening 300 meter, 26.93. Subhan Ahmad with a time of 31.48 in his 300 meters. I want to go back to the pairing number 31 for a moment, the pairing that I missed announcing the final times. And I wanted to do a double check on how Gabrielle Padbury and Eric Angelozzi did. Both had personal bests. Gabrielle Padbury beat his personal best by over a second, and Eric Angelozzi beat his by a good 6 seconds. So Gabrielle and Eric, congratulations on some tremendous personal bests today. This is Marek Shulman and Subhanamad's ice surface right now. They're handling pair 34. Crossing the line first with a personal best of 2:07.71. 2:07.71 is Marek Shulman. And Subhat Ahmad is rounding his final corner, and down the straightaway he goes. And let's see how he makes out. And he crosses the line with a personal best for him, 2:38.88. 2:38.88. That's awesome. Two personal bests. Make sure you get your name on a ping pong ball and put it in that sphere. Pairing number 35 in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, skating all by himself, Marcus Capili.
Go to the start. Ready.
Marcus Capili in the 35th pairing all by himself from Saskatchewan with an opening 300 meters at 32.59. Tim Comfort, his coach, giving him encouragement. If there's anybody inside the oval along the straightaway, give them some encouragement, some attaboys along the way. So while Marcus is working on his race, we'll talk a little bit about tomorrow, which is day 2. Women's warm-up at 7:30 in the morning. The men's are at 8 a.m. We'll start off with 1,000 meters. We'll run those, and then we'll have the 3,000 and the 5,000 in the afternoon. 1,000 meters in the morning, 3,000, 5,000 in the afternoon. Bell lap for Marcus Capili. So tomorrow is the 1,000 meters, the 3,000, and the 5,000. We'll have some Olympians from Korea and Canada competing. I talked to a number of skaters and asked them how they felt about their races, and given the early part of the season, the fact that it's a long season and they want to peak for certain meets throughout the year, they're very satisfied with how they're making out. Marcus Capili at 2:39.81, 2 minutes, 39 seconds, 0.81 hundredths of a second. Marcus Capili from Saskatchewan. In the final pairing, in the light blue skin suit, starting in the inside lane, finishing in the outer lane, from Alberta, the legendary Bill Polonsky.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, well, Bill's off and running. I'm going to give him some music. I had a chat with Bill at the break. He mentioned his mother passed away earlier this year. Offered up my condolences. He says he's now living solo. I guess he and his mother lived together. And kind of a sad story in that regard, but he said he's enjoying living on his own, and he works at a co-op, and he's a gas attendant. And he said he's been skating for, I don't know, decades, and absolutely loves it. And he continues to work on his skating. He seems to be very, very passionate about the sport. Kind of an inspiration, actually. Bill's coming up to his 1,100 meter mark. He should be getting a bell up here in a moment. And that is it. And in case you're wondering, this is a bit legendary for, well, I shouldn't say legendary, bit habitual. This song's for Bill. Bill Blonsky, everybody, crossing the line. 1,500 meters to 351.09, 351.09, a season's best for Bill Blonsky. Well, that concludes the official part of day one of the 2022 Fall Classic, with the 1,000 meters and the 3 and 5 tomorrow. Before we leave the oval, though, we have a non-sanctioned race featuring Vincent Dehatra and Graham Fish, and they're going to do the 3,000 meters. 3,000 meters, which is, I guess, 7.5 laps. 7.5 laps around the 400-meter track. I think we need some setup time. The 3,000 meter start, that happens in the southwest corner. So the starter is moving, which I guess would be Mark Poulin, and he's moving everything to the southwest corner. Let's throw some music on until we're ready to go. Got it. Thank you.
Test, 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 pulse.
Okay, we have a non-sanctioned race between Graham Fish and Vincent DeHatra. I'll speak lots about them once they got underway, but let me officially introduce them. In the inside lane, with a personal best of 3:44.76 in the 3,000 meters, give it up for Vincent DeHatra. In the outer lane, from Saskatchewan, with a personal best of very close to Vincent's 3:44.44, Graham Fish. Good luck, gentlemen.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running. The first 200 meters, Vincent DeHatra at 17:72 and Graham Fish at 19:73. Now they settle in for 7 full laps. Okay, let's talk a little bit about these athletes. And there's lots to talk about. I'll talk a little bit about it. They're both, first of all, incredible athletes. Graham Fish is from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, who has specialized in long-distance races. In his young career, he actually set a record in the 10,000 meters back in 2020 in Salt Lake City. In the World Championships, he got a gold in the 10,000 where he set that record and a bronze in the 5,000 meter. I mentioned his personal best of 3:44.44. There'll be no personal best today. That's not, I don't think, what they're shooting for. This is part of their training. But Graham is an incredible athlete and still very young with many, many more years ahead for him in the sport of speed skating. Vincent DeHatra is interesting. He's a dual athlete. He's not only a speed skater, but he's also a cyclist. He was born in Cumberland, Ontario, but moved out here to go to the University of Calgary like many athletes do. So he's a track cyclist and a speed skater and likes the long distances. He won a silver medal in the 3,000 meters relay back in 2011 at the Canada Winter Games. And his first World Cup was back in 2013. Part of Team Canada, member of Team Canada in the 2014 Winter Olympics in Sochi. And he's competed in a number of events, the 1,000, the 1,500, but today it's the 3,000. So the thing to watch for with these two races is the pace. Even if the skaters seem far apart on the ice, don't let that seem like one skater's getting over on another. So their pace is around 30 to 31. It looks like Graham Fish is now starting to lower his pace. He might have started slow, and now he's looking to get stronger as the race goes on. These athletes are in incredible shape. And that is the bell lap. Hard to believe that the race is almost over with 400 meters to go. Remember, very evenly matched. Their PBs, their personal bests are around 3:44. Vincent is in the white armband. Graham is in the red armband. And Graham will finish off. What do we got? Actually, we've got, Graham in the inside lane will finish off, and he'll do so at a time of 3:48.03 and 3:52.67. for Vincent DeHatra, 352.67 for Vincent. Graham at 348.03. Well off their personal bests, but a strong race. And ladies and gentlemen, these elite athletes, that's how it's done. They're no doubt exhausted, but those paces of 29 and 30 and 31 consistently is an incredible pace. So Vincent DeHatra and Graham Fish, thanks for putting that on for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done for the day. Tomorrow is a new day. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. One more piece of business to do in the Fall Oval Fall Classic Series, rather the Classic Series. In the Fall Classic, here are the 1,500-meter Fall Classic champions. In the junior, 14 to 15, Ko Eun-gyal from Korea. The junior, 16 to 18, Ko Eun-woo. Connor Howe in the neo-senior category. And Tyson Langlar in the senior 23 plus. They're going to get a gift to treasure and bragging rights and all the points that go with first place in the Oval Classic Series. They are the Fall Classic champions in the male category. So here's the top 8 in points. The 1,500-meter men, neo-senior. I guess we're going to see the junior 16 to 18 in a moment on the screen. Well, there's the senior. So you see 60 beside Tyson. The winner, the first place, gets 60 points. Here's the junior category, age 16 to 18. You can see them on the big screen in the oval, if you can see that far. I've got a monitor in front of me on the webcast. These are the points. Not the placing. These are the points the kids get from the times that they achieved. Every single racer gets points. And then the next up will be the junior 14 to 15 category. There you see Eun at the top, Zachary Edelman, Merrick Choman. Those are the points. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning.